Master of the sun, memories falling on concrete, leaving all behind. Now you swear to be my enemy, victim of your cards. I'm running in the dark, I venture into nothing. Gone into the night. Won't you come and hold?
Good morning, afternoon, or evening, everyone. We are here with the beginning of the playoffs for the Southeastern Asia Invitational League. Right now, it is looking like it is going to be a great day to start off. But before we get too far into it, I'm going to introduce myself as Gormizer, and joining me on the desk for this set is going to be Lord WizKid. How are you doing, man?
I am doing fantastically, and I cannot wait for some of these semi-final matches here. As you can see on the top of your screen, it is going to be Bigatron versus Loyal. Now, anyone who's seen Bigatron and thinking, what? I don't know who this team is. This is actually Archipelago. So your lovely little Dracula V team got picked up by Bigatron, and it's huge. So they're going to be facing Loyal in their first seed versus fourth seed matchup here. So Loyal are definitely going to need to work to try and get this one done on their side.
And right there with the bands that came through, we're just going to be Serket, Osiris, we have Cucullin, and then the Ganesh. And really the only one that kind of stands out to me there might be the Cucullin, but again, these players probably going to be better at him than I am personally. So I believe that they are able to bring that out. But the other thing that's going to catch me off guard, that's a first pick Hebo.
I mean, yeah, first pick Hebo. We've seen him do well in Southeast Asia before. It's not a huge surprise, but that does leave the Morrigan open. And Loyal immediately go for the Morrigan. They're also going to pick Sun Wukong, actually. Now, that's an interesting one, picking him up so early. I was going to talk about the Cullen, and the reason we're seeing him banned a lot is actually because he's a lot better than I originally thought. He's still quite difficult, but he can hold his own in the solo lane pretty easily and actually get a couple of kills. So, like, that's probably why Loyal banned him out, and they're going for the Sun Wukong in a similar sort of style of the, I don't care what you pick in the solo. I'm just going to stall the lane and not do a whole lot. It's kind of like the Chark pick, but we see that very little anymore. Geb and Ravan are going to be picked up by Bigatron as well, so looking for an early support pick here. I'm surprised, again, we still have the Terror open, there's a Fafnir open, so Geb out early on is a bit surprising. Ravan, fantastic jungler, there's no reason not to pick him. This means this could be a Hebo mid, maybe solo, but we've not seen it in Dracula V's God Pool, so.
And I'm really liking that you can tell, of course, Loyal doing their homework. They're looking at this roster that so far that we've seen Bigatron pick up, and they're like, all right, Hebo, Geb, Robin, we're going to get rid of the Yanis and presumably the Hades coming up here soon. Get rid of what Dracula V has, but they're actually going to opt into the Hu Yi there. Try to take some shots over there into the duo lane and try to keep some control in their favor. And the Cupid also going to be banned out there. But I really like the way that their comp is going up, because we've seen both Wukong and Odin go into support. And honestly, we've seen Morrigan go in support. So they have a relatively like just hard to base anything off of for their comp right now. And they're going to be able to grab that ROM. Bigatron won't exactly know what they're going up against, although seeing Morrigan go into the mid, I believe, was the team that was pretty far ahead, that was not worried about their loss there. So I don't know if that's something that we're actually going to be likely to see. Wukong, Odin both go and fit that role much, much better, and Loyal are kind of setting themselves up to be in a good position to just feed this ROM kills.
Yeah, I mean, Morrigan as well is actually a really surprising mid laner. You forget how much damage she actually puts out. So seeing it in the mid lane, quite most likely here, I mean, this still could be their jungle. You never know. It could be like an Odin support, but as that Sobek gets locked in, that looks like it is 100% going to be a Morrigan mid. She's going to be doing a lot of damage versus this Scylla, which Bigatron picked up, because this looks like it could be a Hebo solo then.
That's going to be another interesting kind of play just when it comes down to it. Dracula V, he's one of those ones he can pull out pretty much anything. And at this point, it's the same thing. I've just started. Let him do his own thing. I want to see what he can do, and we're gonna have to see what he can do with it in this game, which is gonna be interesting. I mean, he's been bringing mages to that solo lane and making it work. I mean, Hades is the one that is like his staple. It is the one everyone recognizes when he comes and plays it. He'll be sitting behind the tier 2 5 minutes into the game, but Hebo's going to be a little bit different. He has a lot of damage, but he just doesn't have the escape potential that we're going to be seeing out of the Hades that he would normally play.
Yeah, and I mean, also look at his starting build. This is his constant one. Thank you for putting it in the correct slot, Dracula V. I know you love tilting both me and Verbalocity, putting it in the third slot, but instead it's going to be right there, his first item, going straight into the Shoes of Focus, wanting to get that extra mana, get that extra cooldown, sort of accepting he might not quite get his buff early on from the mana buff, instead just going to look to try and poke out the wave, get as much damage on it as possible and clear it away. Over in mid lane, though, we're seeing a little bit of poking coming out, and actually Bigatron are going to look for the early invade here. I don't particularly like this early invade anymore, but if Loyal don't contest it, this is actually perfectly fine, and that's exactly what they're going to do. They're just going to trade away the speed buffs, make sure no one has to worry, and actually it looks like Dracula V is going to be invading into the blue buff as well.
And this is one of the ones where, honestly, I feel like this is the way that these invades go. I don't really like them just because most of the time you go and take their speed and blue, and then they just walk into your jungle and take your speed and blue. And it's worthwhile for the event that maybe they come and try to fight you in their speed buff. But like you said, we're not seeing that here, although we're going to seeing a gank onto the solo lane. Dracula V going to get taken down. First blood going to Kami right there, relatively easily too. Going to be able to pick that one up, and a Morrigan getting ahead is not something you want to start seeing this early on.
Yeah, that was a very early rotation from the mid lane and ends up straight into a first blood onto Dracula V, who, as you said early on, doesn't have a huge amount of movement. He has that wet carpet, but other than that, it's kind of it. Back over in solo lane, though, Jimmy Massey is taking quite a bit of damage from Apex here. Paradil not going to look and try and get the pluck, though. Little too scared of hitting the minions and getting a bit of aggro. Instead, just letting him sit back, farm up, and Loyal are getting to a good start here. It's not a great start. They are still actually losing somewhat in the farm game because they are not 400 goals ahead. They're only 300, and Bigatron are catching up. That means that they're going to need to try and get as much farm as possible, look for these picks. Otherwise, Bigatron is just going to slowly overtake them.
And the big thing I'm looking at right now is the fact that because Dracula V was taken down so early on, so what's the best way to shut down a Hebo's damage? And it's to make sure he doesn't have the mana to use any of that damage. And getting rid of that blue buff off his belt this early on is going to let Loyal try to fight a little bit more and potentially extend their lead. And we see like Apex looks like he wants to get aggressive, and Jimmy Macy actually going to be walking over as well. And one of the things I'm looking at, level 4 right now, a couple more minions, taken right over to level 5. A little lover, we were giving him a little bit of hell last week as a Dracula going to go ahead and get a solo kill over there in the right-hand lane. Did not expect to see that one, but as you can see, he used everything to get that.
Apparently, Hebo doesn't just control the Yellow River, but he also controls the Nile, because Sobek just got wrecked by a river just then.
And Dracula V, all you need to do, if you have enough mana to get that, and I think Paradiddle kind of underestimated it, Hebo is just glass cannon. Like, he is just built to do damage. He is built to kill you as fast as possible, and if you are underestimating that damage at any point, you're going to end up falling down. And speaking of almost falling down right now, Jimmy Macy trying to run away from this Gold Fury pit a little low. Geo going to get caught out. We're going to see Kami ult into the Hebo to ult Geo, getting him down lower, and the snipes are going to be coming down from the sky, but not enough to find the kill just yet. And it looks like we might see Bigatron get out of this one, although they are all so helpfully low.
Yeah, that was a beautiful rollout cancel going into the Geb Shield to try and make sure he stays alive. But back over, Kirip is taking a lot of damage here, forcing going to the ultimate as Little Lover takes out Apex in the backline. Sixhook is very low here. I'm a Monster not going to hit Sixhook, and now Eclipse is just going to walk forwards. Luckily, he doesn't have that roll. He can't go back in, so Bigatron are safe just for a little bit longer, but they do not want to stay and risk too much here because Kirip is only on about 300 HP. Solar Eclipse is full. Geo's around, not going to hit the rollout onto Sixhook, so he's going to be able to just walk back out of this lane. And now suddenly Bigatron back to farming, Loyal, they just need to try and make sure they keep on exerting some of this pressure.
So right now, it's still not as big a deal, but the one thing that kind of stood out to me, and the one thing I was going to mention was Little Lover last week, I was giving him a lot of trouble for missing Vulcanals. Just left and right, not really connecting with them, and when it came down to it, a lot of the damage that his team needed wasn't really there for the game that he was playing it. And the same thing I was going to say about the Scylla, he needs to be able to hit these Amo monsters. They're not as urgent because Crush and Sikkim can still just decimate anyone who is squishy on the other side. So I'm going to be looking mainly Kami and Sir Eclipse. They can just get erased by the Scylla. But those Imo monsters are going to be making really big plays. And we saw right there, he missed the first one of the game. And that's not a great start. Of course, he might need a little bit of warm-up, maybe get that timing down again. But as it stands, that's pretty much where I'm looking at it. Little Lover just being kind of the mid laner. He is the center of the map. He needs to be the center of the team, and he needs to get this damage down.
I mean, I think he may have killed Apex using I'm a Monster and then went to go use the second one, but didn't have much time left on it. But I didn't quite get to see that kill. I just know it went down. Jimmy Massey, actually, I'm a Monster going to go yet again, but is not going to hit anyone just going on the minions. I'm trying to make a good deal for you here, Little Lover. Please, come on.
Still, the team, they're in this position where, honestly, if his idea is, let's just clear out the minions as fast as they want, it seems like Bigatron are right now focused mainly on farming. They aren't looking really to try and get the kills. They aren't focusing on, like, the frag count. They're focusing on getting ahead to the point where they don't have to worry about making any of these mistakes. And honestly, that seems to be the way they kind of play. And, of course, leaving Dracula V to just do his thing over there in the right-hand lane. All of the tower damage in the world, and pretty much every single bit of it is on that right-hand solo lane tower where he has more pressure than the Sobek.
Yeah, and I mean, this is actually a really good call for Bigatron. They have a very good late game composition. I do think Loyal might have a slightly better one, but knowing Dracula V, getting him to late game on something like a Hebo could be absolutely devastating for the side of Team Loyal. But actually, the cage is going to come out. Apex is going to jump the crush here. Geo is very low. Forced to use the ultimate here. Not quite going to live, though. And now Six is actually going to use the cloud, get away, and looks like Loyal are going to get out potentially scot-free here.
Now Dracula V came into the backline trying to get the kill. Kami going to be very low, but not going to fall just yet. Six-Suck getting low. Sir Eclipse, though, going to find Dracula V with the snipes over there from the Gold Fury pit. And it's going to be a 2-for-1. Apex and Six-Suck going to be the ones who fall down. Dracula V, though, his rotation a little less than fruitful, and Little Lover, unfortunately, not going to be able to find Kami with that kill. And actually, with the damage coming out, Kami might turn it around, but the speed's going to be fast. Paradiddle, the shield!
And not going to hit I'm a Monster. Paradiddle is going to go down to the tower here, though. So that was another 1-for-1 trade, meaning in total, I think that was a 2-for-2? Yeah, I think that was a 2-for-2. So suddenly that engage from Loyal, which looked really good. They managed to get out Geo. They did so much work. But then the rest of Bigatron came around, and they still had all of their ultimates. They used everything to kill Geo. And they got very little back in return. They need to be looking for slightly better team fights. We've got the Gold Fury. Very soon we're going to have Portal Demons coming up in another 2 minutes. Once that comes up, that is probably your next point of contention that you really want to try and nail down. Because I believe Portal Demon has a lot more beneficial stats and actually things to it compared to Gold Fury, which did see enough in 4.12, reducing the XP it got early on and slowing that down. Dracula V, 4-man rotation to him.
Right now, it's looking dead. There's no play-by-play for that one. Gone, decimated. Cage came out, which ultimately isn't going to be a big deal. The short cooldown on that is going to be able to bring Apex having that available, but Gold Fury has been started up, going to be taken down. The pillar was thrown out. And Bigatron should be able to pick that one up. Geo's low, though. The snipe's going to be coming down. One more hit. It's all it needs. And Marvel is going to be making a guest appearance here, finding those snipes. And now it's not looking good for Jimmy Macy. And at this point, you've lost 3 people, and you picked up 1 Gold Fury. Not really looking like it's worth it.
Yeah, luckily he did have Mystic Rush, so he could back away, just farm back up on this back camp, get a little bit of HP due to the fact that he does have a Bumper's Mask. Doesn't have to worry too much. But Loyal just completely took that Gold Fury and said, okay, Yeah, sure, you can get Gold Fury, but we're going to get a lot of kills. We're going to force this tier 1 tower on the left-hand side. We're easily going to be able to take this out, since Kirip is the only one who could potentially deal enough damage for us to really be truly worried. Tier 1 tower, first roll of the game, going to Team Loyal. Now, have a look at the graphs. We're only 400 gold in the lead of Bigatron. That's not that much, considering they've got Gold Fury.
And it's not that much considering Dracula V is taking a tower right now, should be able to kind of help even that one up a little bit. And the big thing here, and the thing that I'm looking at, is something you said pretty much right on at the beginning. The late game comp for Bigatron is strong. They have a lot of heavy damage coming out of the Scylla and the Hebo, and especially on her as well. Their main carries can pump that out. But when you look at the other side, they have a lot of tanks, and a few magical protection items pretty much make it so that Little Lover and Dracula V aren't going to have as much of an impact. They're still going to deal a lot of damage, but it's going to be harder for them. And overall, the reason we'll see potentially Loyal kind of outlive Bigatron is just when it comes down to it, they're tankier people. They just have more health intrinsic to their kit, and their damage dealers, even if they only have 1 or 2, are going to be able to get that alone. 6-suck going to be tossed up into the air. Little Lover really low, Paradiddle having to do it, but the dash going to be good. The shield going to be just enough to keep him safe. And now it's looking like 6-suck might be the only one who falls, although with the retreat coming out from the team, it's looking pretty good for everyone.
But as you were saying, like, Team Loyal has some fantastic late game, and look at Kami. He's sitting 4-0-2 right now as a Morrigan. That's going to be a really key pivotal point. If they can try and keep this Morrigan up to the level she is currently, she's going to have a lot more painful times. And as well, you were talking about magical defense items. We've got some 2 fantastic magical defense items now. We've got Shogun's Kasari and Genji's Guard. We're seeing them built a lot more. Expect them to be very common on the side of Team Loyal because they are just so good. 6 of their nice use of the Ox one to make sure he doesn't get knocked up by Dracula V. Paradiddle actually going to try and meet Dracula V as well here. Nice crushing wave down. Apex a little low, going to be chased by Massey, but Paradiddle's actually wanted to fall down first to Kirip.
Now Massey looking to try and go deep and get the kill. He is going to be able to find it, but right now actually looking for the double knockup coming through. Kami, 1 more hit's all it's going to take. Kirip going to be coming over and making the play with a triple kill, picking up exactly what he needs to, putting his team pretty much right on track to where they want to be. And now Fire Giant Pit is going to be open if they want it. Portal Demon was taken. But it looks like the team's going to take the safe option. They're going to be going for the objectives on the map that they need to take. Get that Titan's health down by taking some of these towers, get some of that gold in their pockets, and honestly, with a 5-man push, they should be able to get at least the tier 2 here, depending on how much they want to fight.
Yeah, this is a perfect strat. Maybe not quite the tier 2, but they are exerting so much pressure onto Team Loyal right now. Kirip got to be careful here. Apex does have Bird Bomb, is not going to be able to hit it because Paradiddle just knocked him out of the range there and forced to dash away back into tower is Paradiddle. There are still 5 members of Bigatron here. They're a little low though. They don't want to stay too long. Gold Fury is not coming up for another minute, so they can easily back off and come back into lane before that even arrives. And to make it even worse, those oracles were taken at just a slightly inefficient time, so they're going to be wearing off just before the Gold Fury spawns.
And it seems as though Loyal now just kind of doing the research, what's been taken, what do they have, what can they get, and getting some wards up over there in the Fire Giant Pit. And like you said, a little under a minute now until the Gold Fury respawns, which honestly either team really could set up for. I believe that one's going to be a bigger call than a Fire Giant at this point, just because we're only 13 minutes in, even though there have been so many kills, 16 on the board already. The Gold Fury Pit is going to be the probably next big point of contention as it's about to come up. And really, when it comes down to it, Bigatron, I feel, have the stronger secure, but Suriclips is still able to make a play. A lot of these teams tend to underestimate how well some ROM snipes can steal away an objective. So depending on how we see Bigatron reply to this, or at least go for it, this could be Loyal just kind of putting themselves right back in the game. They slowly lost the lead that's been just going back and forth, back and forth. Now, finally, 3K, solid gold lead for Bigatron, but ultimately that doesn't mean too much at this point in the game.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, realm snipes are fantastic, but what can you do against double realm snipes? Because they've still got this Morrigan, which actually Geo gonna get hit by nice cage, forced to use the Phantom Veil here. That means that Apex knows that they can go in when they need to. Gold Fury is up. They can start this fight soon, and that's a big deal because they now know that Loyal has the better engage as soon as that cage comes up, which is in another 50 seconds. So expect in a minute, Loyal's going to be walking around there expecting to go in because there is only one Phantom on the side of Bigatron. They're not going to be able to get out otherwise, pretty much. They've still got to force to use the on-her jump or the Scylla TP over. So just expect Loyal to be very aggressive around this Gold Fury pit for the next couple of minutes.
And this is the golden thing about Odin, is just because, okay, Phantom pretty much makes his ultimate almost useless, not completely useless, but when it comes down to it, everyone groups up, they pop the Phantom, they walk out. Okay, that's a terrible fate for anyone's ult. But then it comes up in 60 seconds, you get to do it all over again. This time they don't have that available to them, like he had said. And when that comes down to it, we have some people with dashes here, so it's not going to be as deadly as it could be. But it's still locking them in, and it's still keeping them under control. And really, when it comes down to it, that's exactly what they need. Six's going to get forced up into that somersault cloud. A little bit too much damage coming around the corner there. And Massey just doing the best to just zone out the team. They drop the Gold Fury there on Bigatron. Monster going to come out, but not going to connect with anyone. But Kami crushing waved right into the team and is going to fall down because of it.
Yeah, I mean, he used the crushing wave to try and actually avoid that I'm a monster, and unfortunately, it wasn't going to work. He sort of knew he was dead, but there was no follow-up by the side of Team Loyal. Now, Bigatron are being aggressive themselves. They can easily start up this Gold Fury, and as long as Seraclips is somewhat checked and they know what he's doing, this is perfectly okay, and Massey's going to do exactly that. He's going to be looking for everyone on the side of Loyal, and he spotted a juicy little Apex.
Unfortunately, Seraclips didn't go up in the sky enough. Snipe's going to be coming down. Apex going to be dropping that cage, but he's just going to get erased off the board. Sixsuck doesn't have his ult to get out of this one. Going to fall down. Kira picks up another double kill. 7-1-1 right now is the ADC for Bigatron, and really, it is just looking very, very good for them. I mean, if they had to choose anyone to set up to have just big numbers for and have all of this farm, you want it to be this On Her.
We didn't actually get to talk about it that much, but On Her got buffed in 4.14 that was on Tuesday. So his ultimate is now coming off on a much quicker cooldown. And he's also got a slightly higher amount of damage on his disperse. It's not really that important, but what is important is that ultimate. It went from 90 seconds down to 75, which means that every single time Seraclips and him trade ultimates, Kirip is going to have his up a little bit faster every time, which means the next engagement, Eclipse has to be incredibly careful or he will just die to the snipes of Desert Fury. So you just got to think about how now getting Kirip even further ahead means that nearly every single time he's going to win the 1v1 versus Seraclips. Big fight over on the solo lane, though.
Now, Dracula V going to be able to crushing wave 2, trapped in the cage with Apex and Sixsuck, though. It's not looking too good for him. The damage is going to be coming out. He's running away as fast as he can, but he's low, and at this point, creating space for his team. Kami going to be able to pick up that kill, as it looks like the rest of the team is going to be laying in wait. Crush not going to be able to connect with enough people to get any damage down. And it looks like that's just going to be the retreat. They drop Dracula V, and ultimately they're like, all right, let's cut our losses, fall back. But unfortunately for them, Portal Demon is available, and depending on what Loyal want to do, they might be able to start it up. But Kirip is over there on the left-hand side, split pushing the way that you want an ADC to do. They should be able to get at least a little bit of gold for Dracula V's death.
Yeah, that was a nice little call from Loyal to just be a little bit cautious about going for the portal, because they know that Lover's ultimate is still up. They know Massey still has that Mystic Rush, and more importantly, they know the Cataclysm is available. There could easily be a big defense on this Portal Demon, so much wiser just to sort of say, we gotta pick, that's fine, it's Dracula V, he's not going to be able to get into lane a little bit faster. We can now just sit back, relax, get a bit of farm, and watch these guys recall. And now, Portal Demon is very possible if they spotted that recall, which it should have been, because there was a ward nearby. Oh, it wasn't in range. Okay, so they didn't actually spot that recall, which means they might be a little bit careful about doing this. They are going to start it, though.
They lean over, they're starting it. Although now Dracula V, Mask both over here, and the rest of the team making their way. Blink knockup, ult coming through Dracula V, dealing all the damage in the world. 2 kills already picked up for the boys in blue. Paradiddle running away, but he's going to be the third one there. Grab, double kill for the Hobwa coming out of the soul lane. And it doesn't look like they're done just yet. Apex is getting chased past that tier 2.
Geo just accidentally hit Apex with the rollout and then went straight into Cataclysm. but because he hit Apex, it didn't hit. But Portal Demon's going to go down the way of Bigatron, and they're going to start up the Fire Giant here, and Loyal are nowhere near enough to try and defend this. Eclipse is running his soul down this solo lane, but you're not going to get there in time. Fire Giant is going to go the way of Bigatron. They yet to finish it. There we go. Thank you, finally. And now the call-out has been made. Jimmy Massey is little bit dangerous, but knowing that it's just happened, the rest of Bigatron are nearby. They're going to back away. Loyal looking to see what they can do while everyone recalls.
And now 15 kills to 8, and just kind of swinging over, looking at it right, a 9.4k experience difference between these two teams. A lot of that's going to be on the back of Kirip right now, and then it's going to be an 8.3k gold difference, all in favor of Bigatron. And really, they have just enough of an advantage through the objectives and the fighting that they've done to extend that even further with these towers, especially with that Fire Giant around their belt. But it really depends on how Loyal are looking to defend, because we've seen successful defenses against a Fire Giant team, not usually around the tier 2 tower, but it is possible. Although right now Sir Eclipse is going to get soloed down. Dracula V going to be able to pick up that kill no problem, and that's going to be putting a lot of hurt into Loyal's comp right now.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Sir Eclipse is having a nice big wave of feels as Dracula V just washes over him. But Geo actually going to get double man Cataclysm here. Dracula V blinking, and Kirip actually going to get a very nice Desert Fury there, taking out 2 of them, looking for Sixhook. He is going to get into his cloud, going to be able to back away. Paradol's here, but what are you going to do? You're just a Sobek dashing away. Tier 2 tower going the way of Bigatron, and this is looking like a very good push here. Easily a Phoenix, probably the rest of the tier 2 towers as well.
And this is going to be one of the better Phoenixes to get as well. This is one of the age-old Smite tricks and tips. Take that left-hand Phoenix. It causes fire minions here on the duo side, and now Loyal have to have at least one person over there defending those minions, stopping them from going into the base, and that's going to open up the Fire Giant pit when it comes up round, just to make it a little bit easier here to try and pick that one up on the respawn. But as it stands, Gold Fury started up, looking to get taken down, no problem. And there's not much Loyal can really do in this scenario. They have to defend their base. They're actually looking like they're waiting for a tier 2 push. But with that nice global audio cue, they should be able to catch on to what's going down. Might fall back, although Massey very, very deep right now for no real good reason.
Yeah, and Odin Cage is going to be used. He does have Mystic Rush, I think, but he's not going to be able to even have a chance to get that out. Six are going to be taking that kill away just to make sure he's not got no kills by the end of this match. But Loyal just, they are not looking good compared to Kami. What was he, 4-0 when I first talked about him? He's now 5-4. He has not had a good couple of rounds. Bigatron have been doing a fantastic job of trying to make sure he gets shot down before he can actually get any kills out, or if he does turn into someone, just making sure that they can't do a lot. And he just got wiped by Dracula V, already doing half of his damage. Paradiddle, nice pull though towards Apex, and oh, bye monkey.
Kirip just going to be able to clean that one up, no problem. Now 10-1, looking to try and extend that one to 11-1. Paradiddle going to be able to pick up Dracula V, but honestly, I bet the team is screaming Worth. I'm a monster over the wall, not going to connect, and Kami going to get taken down. The jump triple kill going to be good. There comes the Desert Fury, looking for a couple more hits to try and take out Sir Eclipse up into the sky. The snipe's not going to be enough. And now the ADC for Loyal not looking to be in the best position. A couple more hits. A crush is all it's going to take, but he trades it out with the last auto he throws. Still going to lose the tier 2 tower, but at least he gets something out of it. A 2-for-4 trade. Not going to be worthwhile, but overall it's going to be at least something for the team to pick up.
It's going to stop at least another tier 2, maybe the Phoenix, because having Little Lover is a much more important thing due to that cripple from Sikkim. If you can get the second cripple onto Apex, you can easily grab up another kill with Kirip doing as much damage as he is with this fantastic Ichabod Execution of Titan's Bane Kins build. He's just wrecking through everyone on the side of Loyal. The only thing he's going to be struggling at a little bit are towers, since he's only got 150 physical power, but still that is a huge amount of damage, and the Titan's Bane is going to help versus those towers as well. He's got some fantastic split push. The thing that is going to be on Bigatron's mind though is there is a Fire Giant coming up in 20 seconds. They want to get set up for that, they want to be ready, and they want to take it on cooldown pretty much. looking for the red buff first, but Loyal might be able to get set up for this if they're lucky. Just need to make sure Kami doesn't die here.
And we've already seen Loyal pretty much turn things around right now. Dracula V not going to be able to get the damage that he wants down onto Kami because of that Aegis control. Looking for any kills he can get, but he's going to get taken down before anything. Massey now locked in the cage, trying to do whatever he can. We're going to see the Phantom Veil get popped, but he's not using it to get away. He's actually going to get plucked right back into the team, but out of the damage from Apex. Kami looking for some damage in the backline. Going to change right into Dracula V, the Hobble, but it's not going to be enough to keep him alive. Now I'm a monster going to come through. Paradiddle going to get a little bit lower because of it. But this is where the tankiness is starting to come in. There's a lot of damage being thrown down. And honestly, Loyal doesn't look too much worse off, but their main damage dealers are off the board. All they have left are 2 Warriors and a Guardian, and ultimately that's not enough to want to fight into all of Bigatron.
Yeah, and now Bigatron realizing the Dracula V's down for a little bit longer, instead going to be looking for going for the Phoenix instead, wanting to make sure they can at least do something. A double Emperor's Armor being hit here, but Sixuk already dead. Now no Emperor's Armor from the side of Team Loyal. This is just going to go a lot faster in favor of Bigatron. And Massey as well, already on half HP here, diving onto Apex, immediately destroying him. Kira going to get that extra disperse damage for the kill. And now chasing Paradiddle into this fountain. Not quite going to be able to get him killed, but sorry, Clips. You've been and gone.
Ow. Nothing hurts more. He respawns, he rolls out of base, and then he's dead again. Like, you have a lot of time to at least think about a strategy, I guess, but it hurts. Like, it hurts the soul to see something like that. Like, it's good for Little Lover. He's picking up these kills. He's getting the damage his team wants. But Sir Eclipse, like, my heart goes out to you, dude. That hurt just so much to watch.
Yeah, that felt pretty bad. Dracula V taking out the left side Phoenix again, though, making sure it goes down. Actually taking quite a bit of damage from Kami here. That Polynomicon is starting to do a bit of work. Portal Demon Sound has been activated, though, and Fire Giant is slowly being ticked down by Bigatron. As soon as that Fire Giant goes, this could be game here.
Probably the roughest scenario for Loyal to be in, too, right? Like, you hear the Portal Demon queue, you're like, all right, well, we know where they are. We know what they're doing. What can we do about it? And it's like, well, we have fire minions on the left lane, fire minions on the right lane, and one lone Phoenix standing up in this mid lane. What can we do about it? And the answer, apparently nothing. They just can't really expand that far, especially with the kills that they had. They don't have Sir Eclipse to go in and try to get the kill. Kami probably not feeling too comfortable again. What was 4-0 is now 6-6, and hasn't really been able to kind of find those big kills like he was early on in the game. And when it comes down to the other side, no one really wants to fight into a 15-1-3 on her.
I mean, the thing you got to think of is, yeah, they may be thinking about what they can try and do in this game, but I think, honestly, they need to be sitting down and think, how did we get where we are? Why is Kira 15-1 currently? What did we do to try and to let him get that far ahead? And what do we do next game to shut him down? Because, again, we've been keeping this a little quiet. It's a best of 3. We are in the semi-finals of the Southeast Asian Invitational League for Split 2. You really want to try and make sure you're looking into the future here as well, because you do have one more game. They are not completely out after this. This is not a 100% stomp. Loyal can still come back. They do have at least one more game, maybe even 2 if they win that second game. So this just needs to be a think, what happened, what went wrong, why did Kira get as ahead as he is, sitting now on a Bloodforge as well. You just really need to be paying attention to that right now.
And as they go through it, Loyal, I mean, it's not unheard of. It's very difficult, but they do still have a leg in this game. With the way things have been going, it's going to be a little rough for them again. They don't have as much damage coming down to it. Bigatron has been doing a great job of focusing down. Get rid of Kami, get rid of Sir Eclipse, and then deal with the fact that they have 2 tanks. It's not going to be a big deal, but when it comes down to it, that's going to be, I think what makes the difference is that they have that little bit of extra damage on the side of Bigatron. And right there, Kami going to get focused down. The first person to die in the fight, and Bigatron make that call. Sir Eclipse is going to be able to find a return kill, but they lose the Phoenix in turn for it. And it's looking like they're about to lose a lot more. The Crush coming out, dealing a lot of damage, and they're going to be Kira popping off another double kill, 17-1, as he just tries to tick up and make himself look a little bit better for every single step of the way, as he has not found a second death yet of the game.
I mean, you got to pad your stats. Paradiddle getting chased down by Jimmy Massey. Nice little pluck to give him a bit of distance, but this Titan is already gone. It just went ages ago. Bigatron taking the win, 28 minutes in, 30-13.
That is a rough kill count because that was close. Every single step of the early game, it was going back and forth. Every now and then, one team would have, okay, this is a 3-for-2 trade, or this one was a 4-for-2 trade. And it wasn't the best look, especially for Loyal, as they started being the ones on the worst end of each trade. But 17 kills separated them towards the end. 17 kills were on the back of the Honor. 17 kills. And I mean, he did only 22k player damage.
That's only 22k player damage, though.
All on the back of Dracula V.
A lot of it is probably down to Dracula V, but I mean, look at the Lover and Massey. The supporting characters in this little thing, sitting at 5, 2, and 17 for Little Lover, and 2, 1, and 19 for Massey. Yes, Gio was there as well. He was sitting at 1, 2, and 21. But you can see that there was a 4-man rotation pretty much alongside Kirip, and making sure every single time they were all working together. Kirip did a huge amount of damage using the kin-sized execution, Titan's Bane, ridiculousness. But a lot of it comes down to the fact that Bigatron was just working together as a team and doing a lot of stuff. Whereas Loyal, I didn't really see them group up apart from in the early first couple of minutes.
And even then, Loyal did seem to have, kind of leaning on it like a crutch, the cage from the Odin. Almost every single fight that they wanted to go for, it seemed like they were too timid to fight unless Apex had his cage up. And it's good to have that up. It can definitely swing things in your favor. But eventually, they were waiting just as long for the cage to come up as it was taking for the Phantom Veil, because they just weren't able to find the fights that they wanted. And when it came down to it, I mean, Dracula V, again, with the damage he had coming out, plus the blink he had going on, sitting at about 30,000 player damage total. I mean, just looking really good. And like you said, the rotations from Bigatron were overall stronger, but like you mentioned a little bit ago, it's a best of 3. Loyal, they might lose game 1, but they still have at least one more shot to try and bring themselves into it. And assuming that one goes the way they want it to, they can take this one to a game 3, but we're going to have to take a little bit of a break as we get that one set up and see how it works for game 2. Loyal, they really need to bring this one back, and they're just going to have to change it up when it comes down to it in picks and bans.
Can't be that time already.
Come on, you know you're going to have a busy day today.
No, I know. I'm going to get up. But you know, I think it's going to be a real good morning, y'all. I feel it. Yeah, alarm buzzing, I think it's time that I wake up. Singing in the shower while my girl does her makeup. Kiss on the cheek while I wish her a good day. She handed me my iPod and said, damn, I love you, babe. Popped in my headphones and started my walk. I would've went for a drive, but my whip's in the shop. Look at the clock, 7:45. Looks like I'm running late again. Always trying my luck, but you gotta play to win. I really need one, fighting these demons. Be prepared, life changes like the seasons. I adapt to rap schemes and flash things that I got from music, plus all the problems that cash brings. That's expected when you're trying to be great. Just know I give it my all, I know that y'all can relate. I feel the weight, but I just keep pushing. Music is here to help me like a good woman. See, I could never do none of this on my own. Glad that I found a place that I could call home. A comfy bed that I could fall on. Keep dreaming until the day that they come true. Live and learn, enjoy the life that you go through. Never worry, cause you know that I'm blessed. Keep my head up cause you know that I'm blessed. Moving forward cause you know that I'm blessed. Spreading love cause you know that I'm blessed. No matter the test, you know that I'ma give it my best. Come on, never worry cause you know that I'm blessed. Keep my head up cause you know that I'm blessed. Moving forward cause you know that I'm blessed. Spreading love cause you know that I'm blessed. No matter the test, you know that I'ma give it my best. Come on, you know what they say, good things take time. Seems we always in a rush but never opened our eyes to see things grow, take things slow. Young boy exploring the world and be home before them street lights show. Been on the road since them old days. Kenzie serving up rhymes like a buffet. Staying humble because that's how I was raised. Finding ways that was different. That ain't the hard part, it's staying consistent. But damn, life seems to catch me in a bad place. But I'll wait till my spirit starts to levitate. We reach for the peak, trying to find something new. Finally off of work, time to do what I do. Locked in the stew, relieving all my stress in the booth. Shit never gets old, I just love coming home to you. This love in my heart is something I wanna pass to you. The flame lives on, I'll be here when all else is gone. Yeah, cause fam is real, the bond is still. You know my team keep it vintage like a coupe de ville. Feels great that I finally found a place of my own. Kick my feet up, can't do no wrong, as long as I'm home. Never worry cause you know that I'm blessed. Keep my head up cause you know that I'm blessed. Moving forward cause you know that I'm blessed. Spreading love cause you know that I'm blessed. No matter the test, you know that I'ma give it my best. Come on, never worry cause you know that I'm blessed. Keep my head up cause you know that I'm blessed. Moving forward cause you know that I'm blessed. Spreading love cause you know that I'm blessed. No matter the test, you know that I'ma give it my best. Come on.
Hello there, everybody. Welcome back. Apologies for the extended delays. We just had to adapt slightly to the server situation, but we're here now with game number 2 in this best of 3. Bigatron Esports up 1-0 over Loyal.
When did you get so British, Gore?
I know, it's strange. I've replaced him. I've switched nationalities. It's amazing, I know, right? I have a talent.
Yeah, that's a pretty fantastic talent. So Velocity is actually going to be joining me here for the second game of this set. Going to see Cirquet and Kukullen already banned out. Ravan going away as well. Obviously, they feel like that was a lot of work that Ravan had, so Loyal just banning it straight out. They're actually on order side this time around, so I believe they had their own personal choice.
Yeah, they were able to decide if they want to go pick 1 or pick 2, but getting rid of the Ravan, no surprise. I imagine Loyal's going to be a lot more cagey and a lot more specific with their pick bans, because after that last game, I imagine Loyal was feeling the sting.
Yep, they are feeling the sting, hence the Circuit ban as well.
Hey.
Ganesh going to be the first one to be locked straight in, making sure that you have the beautiful elephant.
But speaking of elephants in rooms, Wiz, I've got to ask you, last game, Thoth completely wide open, Scylla was picked. We're seeing again, Scylla being first picked over Toth, where previous weeks in SEA, we see Toth heavily prioritized. Why is this?
I think it's because Thoth ended up being a very much an artillery mage. He's still fantastic. We see a lot of him played, especially in North America and EU SPL. But there are much better burst mages. The Scylla, I'm not too sure about. I personally don't feel like Scylla is the best mid laner currently. She does have a few issues of high cooldowns, which means once you use the Sick and Crush combo, if they get away, you don't have much else to follow up. You gotta wait for those cooldowns to come back, which means that you need to go into heavy amounts of cooldown, which loses some of your damage. So I expect more to see the Morrigans. Like, we've got a Kronos being hovered. Sol is also a fantastic god currently. So interesting to see the Scylla picked up so early, but Little Lover did do pretty okay on it last time. Not the best, but not the worst. So we'll have to see what he does. As you said, though, Kronos going to be picked up. Susano being picked up by Loyal as well. Susano is just so good. And Sun Wukong going to be taken away by Bigatron. That's not a Dracula V god. That's most likely actually a jungle Sun Wukong.
Yeah, I would have very large doubts seeing... I mean, Dracula does have a Sun Wukong, and he has done work with it. One game, I can't remember if it was 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, but he did absolute... okay, where's D6? He needs to replace me because there's a wild Aphrodite sighting. Okay, right. I'm very curious because I didn't even know Dracula V has an Aphrodite, and I don't even know if Little Lover knows Aphrodite exists.
I forgot she exists. I didn't think she was in this game still. Hello, Aphrodite. What are you doing here? Medusa gonna be picked up by Loyal. Just a standard, straight, good ADC. Interesting to see a Kronos and a Medusa on that side. We'll just have to see what they go. Guan Yu. I mean,
nice sustain. Loyal have so much sustain right now. Look at it. This is between the Kronos can heal himself, Ganesh can protect, Guan Yu can sustain, Susano's so mobile, and Medusa's got an okay bit of mobility. She's probably the slowest one on the team in terms of survivability. Loyal can keep themselves alive pretty well, but so can Bigatron Esports. Ram, of course, being picked up for the final pick. That's going to be extremely capable for keeping himself safe in lane. And if this Aphrodite is going support, I doubt it, but I mean, the opportunity's there. He's most likely going to be going mid, Sun Wukong's... No, that's not right. This has to be Aphrodite solo then. I've got no idea. I'm completely bamboozled here, Wiz.
I mean, we're getting into game now, and... Okay, it's Aphrodite solo.
Right. Okay, Dracula V, show me what you got, because I didn't even know you had an Aphrodite in your back pocket, but there are certain complications that two big healers bring to the table with. Specifically, how do both teams want to emphasize anti-heal? Shout out to Freight Train.
Yeah, I do definitely want to say, as you said, Dracula V, show us what you got, but don't show us too much because we do want to try and keep this broadcast PG, okay? Oh, mid lane. Mid lane.
Oh, that's not PG. That was an absolute massacre early on. Little Lover, on your marks, get set, die.
Well, before even the minions have met, we already have a first blood. Loyal just very quick rotation.
Wow.
We saw this rotation like spring split where you had the solo lane rotate over, get the first blood, and then run away. People stopped doing it, and now people are going to start doing it again. It seems because Paragon just did a fantastic little job. Come in here, use Tower Assault, get a kill, walk away again. Absolutely fantastic. Loyal are already going to be invading that speed buff, and Bigatron actually forced for the mid buff.
Oh, the pull into the 1-2, the healing cut, save him, Loyal, off to an absolutely fantastic start, getting rid of 2 mages in one go. This is the huge downside to running 2 squishy mages. They are so vulnerable to ganks early on when they can't get their escape abilities.
Yeah, and that's just going to cause lots of problems. Also, notice that Bigatron's gone for a lot of Bumbers masks here. They're looking for very quick camp takes. They're making sure that they want to have that extra bit of damage, make sure they're going to be stuck in the jungle a lot. Loyal
not
just
again.
saying,
Not again!
Nope!
Oh, wow!
Dracula V's already dead twice. That's... Oh, he's going to be a little bit tilted after this game. You just do not want to see a 3-0 before you even hit the 2-minute mark.
Alright, I'm burning my one swear this early on. After that first game, Loyal are pissed. They are not happy with Bigatron, and they are going right for the heart of the X-Archipelago squad. They are going right for Dracula V, rightfully so. Keeping the Aphrodite down early on is going to give a Guan Yu solo so much power to exert over the solo lane.
But don't forget, we saw game 1, and we saw who was the best on the side of Bigatron, and that was Kirip, sitting at 1701 at the end. Geo, though, very low, as you say, and now Eclipse, just trying to do what he can.
So
nice little bit. Lovely little hit there, but it wasn't going to get the kill.
Geo, you better be counting your lucky stars, mate, that you aren't dead right now because a Bluestone doesn't exist. Sir Eclipse opted to take the death toll for a bit more sustaining lane because, of course, having to deal with a Geb and a Ron, that's a lot of poke that potentially could come your way. If he had a Bluestone, Geo would be dead.
I think he was a little bit above it, but back over in the solo lane, Dracula V just... Why are you out of your tower, man? Why are you out of your tower?
This is so uncharacteristic for Dracula, or this is so uncharacteristic for Loyal to focus down one particular player this hard before. You occasionally will see the occasional shot across the bow at Dracula, right? But that's more of a sort of, hey, you know, I'm not going to take any of your nonsense lying down. This is, we're going to put you in the ground kind of focus right now. We can see actually Geo in the jungle now, again getting focused here. Tornado going to be used, and he gets washed off the map. 5 kills to 0, Loyal banging out of the gate early on.
They really want to try and show that they are not the ones that Bigatron can just handle. They may be 4th seed, but they shouldn't be just 4th seed. It's like the 1st seeds at this point.
To be fair, though, the whole tiebreaker situation last week was insane. A 3-way tie between teams that were very close to each other in skill. It could have gone any way, especially with the whole 3-point deduction thing on fire, but that's a whole other thing entirely. Left side, Kirip taking down the half, being shot a couple of times here by Sir Eclipse on the follow-up, but again, no Bluestone to add ticks, so Medusa may feel a little lackluster early on, but that will help with allowing Sir Eclipse to farm more efficiently.
The other thing you got to think about as well is Bluestone has slightly more physical power. It's only 5. It's not going to feel like much, but when you're sort of stacking up to about an extra... Well, you got 100% on your basic attacks. If you're getting about 50 per ability as well, that 5 is going to start slowly being enough to kill some of these guys. So maybe that Bluestone could have been something that they should have maybe... Eclipse could have looked at, but look how healthy he is. He's basically on full HP and mana, and he's not even backed yet.
Somehow, still trying to get away. This is the... No! Kami's able to pick up the kill. Little bit awkward there as he tried to juke. And now in the solo here, Dracula V, for a 4th time, gets shut down. Jimmy Maisie going to be able to walk away, but bloody hell, Loyal. I understand Dracula V is occasionally considered a rank troll, but there's no need to burn him alive at the stake.
I mean, yeah, there's just not much you can say about it. He's finally got Book of Thoth. He's gone for Book of Thoth, first item, and he is just going to get destroyed because of it. Now, back over in the mid lane, Apex actually tried using his ultimate there, got cancelled out by Jimmy Massey's knock-up. Actually going to go back into it, not quite going to be enough.
The tornado just too shallow to actually hit Jimmy Maisie. Again, this is the game of either one dude getting destroyed or people getting away by the skin of their teeth. But Loyal still able to keep control. You see the majority of the people having to retreat on their back feet is Bigatron Esports most of the time. It's either Giol or Jimmy Mazie.
Yeah, I mean...
Solo?
They're just not able to do anything. And back over in solo, as you said,
Hey.
Okay.
He got one, everyone! He's on the board!
Okay. I was expecting Dracula to die again, not the other way around. That's actually going to get him a couple of stacks on his Book of Thoth. He's going to start doing a lot better, and now since Paradil isn't around and he doesn't have a teleport, that's going to make it a lot easier. Dracula V can just sit around, get a couple of waves farmed. Apex is nearby, but back over in the mid lane, I'm a monster.
Is going to whiff completely, actually. Shell was used as well to try and mitigate some of the damage from Jimmy Mazie and Giol. Little are going to have to wait to try and go for the 1-2 punch of the Crush and the Root, but just going to use the Crush instead because most of his team can't assist because, again, they are simply too low HP, and their healer is sat in the duo lane trying to deal with Dracula V right now.
Back over in the solo, though, Dracula V nearly going down to Apex here. Forced to actually use the dash away instead since Geo was there. They did spot him out. And now Kami in the middle of with 3 of them. Actually, back over the solo lane, Dracula V is nearly dead again. Paradiddle just saying, no, you can't solo me. I'll solo you.
Okay, so if the teams would kindly stop fighting, I'd like to talk about Dracula's build. We good?
No.
Cool, right.
No.
So he went... Shut up. The Book of Thoth is good. Dracula V likes to go this specific build, but I think he needs to adapt in this situation, and he should have gone Boots first to keep himself alive here, as unfortunately Geo wish he had a little bit more aliveness because he drops the combined firepower of Loyal.
Yeah, and now Gold Fury actually going to be started up by Loyal here. Kerip is nearby. He's Ram. He can go up into the sky if he needs to, but already on half HP because Paradiddle's been doing a really good job killing him down. Gonna use one snipe onto him. Gold Fury leashed, and now his ultimate is completely countered to Eclipse. Gonna use that Pestilence onto him as well. Nice little knockup, but it's not gonna be a knockup. Aegis used as well. He's gonna still be alive. Meanwhile, in the backline, Massey's gonna be able to get away from Kami, who has no mana. Apex still trying to kill Kirip, but not quite gonna be able to do it yet. I'm a monster, not gonna hit.
Great
either.
dash.
And Paradiddle just gonna get slowed here.
Yeah, Paradiddle's all on his own. Rooted, crushed. Nice knowing you. Go back to spawn, please. Bigatron able to get their second kill, but that was a very... not interesting. That was a kind of crazy fight, in my opinion, because there was not only fighting at the red buff, but then we saw Jimmy Mazie trying to go in hard on Cammy, and almost ending up killing him, if not for the rewind from Cammy. Of course, he playing Kronos, allowing him to get away, and then Jimmy Mazie has to run away, even with his clone from the Somersault Cloud Up, because he was simply out of mana. Out of mana state seems to be affecting a lot of these fights early on, because these fights are just lasting for way too long to be healthy.
I mean, there's also a ton of fights. Like, I feel really bad for a production guy. I can just hear a ton of mouse clicking in the background because he's just having to go from camera to camera to camera to camera because there are so many fights going on. Like, we start in the solo lane and we end up with a huge fight over in the Gold Fury, back to the solo lane since there's another kill. Speaking of, Apex is over in the solo lane and they might go get another kill.
Dracula V again walking out without the ward coverage. He really needs the ward coverage right now to actually keep himself protected. But of course, a level 10 Aphrodite with the Book of Thoth and finally full boots. He's going to be able to keep himself a lot safer than without said boots. So Apex and Paradiddle have to go and grab the Fire Elementals instead. But let's have a look at the gank attempt here on the right side. Paradiddle going to try and use the Guana Unicorn, but going to immediately be Aegis away by the ultimate of never mind, can't help you there. Apex able to take out Dracula V for a 6th time. And now Jimmy Mazie and Gio have to sit there and watch.
Apex with a beautiful pull there. Now Massey on half health. Gebshield going to keep him alive a little bit longer, actually forcing away the side of Loyal. Portal Demons coming up in the next 30 seconds. That's probably something Loyal really want to try and get. They want to make sure this lead is even bigger than it is right now. Having a quick look at the graphs, 3k gold and 2.5k XP. These are huge leads for a 10-minute mark. And trying to get a Portal Demon is going to be even better for the side of Loyal.
Yeah, there hasn't been too much time to really go for objectives consistently. There's been a moment here or there where you can try and grab something after a fight, but to be fair, there's been so much fighting, you get so many opportunities to go grab the stuff after the stuff, if you will. And Loyal, you know, look at the net worth here. 6,000, 5,000, 5,600, 5,400. Loyal are able to consistently keep themselves ahead because not only are they storming ahead in fights, getting extra kill spree gold, but they're able to pick up camps consistently as well.
I mean, I was talking about this last game of just Loyal were looking pretty far behind. They were sitting back thinking, okay, what do we do? How do we deal with Kirip, who's ended up 17-1? He's now sitting at 0-0. They haven't even touched him. Instead, what they're doing is they're destroying Dracula V. Absolutely decimating the dude. And now, suddenly, they're 3k gold up. They've got a ton of XP. They've got a huge amount of farm. Portal Demons are active. I'm sure they'll be able to get that very soon once Apex rotates back over. They can easily get this game out. Bigatron are still in it, but this is much more in favor of Loyal here. And this is exactly what they needed to do. They had a plan, and they were able to execute it almost perfectly in the first couple of minutes. It's slowed down now, but it is still working.
You'll see here the Gold Fury Pit Desu is going to be locked inside the Dynamite Pillars and destroyed. Apex gets the kill credit, but now into the mid. Paradiddle going to be taking down a half health from the tower. Jimmy Mays in the middle of them. Really can't do anything 4 versus 2. And now in the duo, actually, you have a carry fight, solo on solo. Aegis used immediately by Kirip to stop most of the damage from the Petrify. Still going to try and trade. Jumps up in the air, and now Eclipse has to juke like he's never juked before. Switching from the solo to the duo. Third shot misses. Poison strikes used onto Kirip, and he gets it with the kill, but now back to the mid. Loyal still able to keep Bigatron Esports back.
Loyal actually backing off here because Kami has very little mana, instead looking for the Gold Fury potentially because they know Kirip cannot fight this. There are a lot of members of Bigatron though. They're actually going to use a sprint to go in here and force away Apex, who's got to use the teleport out. Not even going to be able to get it. Cataclysm used, Shell forced, Aegis used as well. Apex has to try and get away from this.
Yeah, he has to try and get out as fast as he can. If he goes down, their team lose heavy jungle control. Little Love It tries to use their over the wall, gets one hit, but now it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Both teams trading out their respective junglers. And now Seek switching over from carry to support. Actually, let's step back a little bit here, Wiz. There is a lot of teams role swapping right now in Loyal. How do you think that's affecting Loyal both last game and now in this game? Do you think this game they're starting to get more settled into their respective roles?
We've seen Loyal do a ton of these role swaps. We know Sir Eclipse, I believe he used to play a little bit of solo. He's now in the ADC. Kami's probably the best one who's been stuck in mid lane the most, but we've seen him play jungle as well. Apex has been a fantastic jungle. I think the only times we have seen him are in jungle. But Paradiddle and Sixhook, they rotate around a lot. I believe Bill HK is the one that we normally should be seeing on Loyal, but he's missing right now, which means they had to try and do a little bit of a shovel trying to get people in, and they have been able to find their roles. They're this definitely was struggling in game 1, but now Apex is back on his top form. He's remembered how he can play with Paradiddle, and Dracula V gave him a perfect opening on a god that we don't see a lot for a very good reason. And now Paradiddle is still doing a lot of damage to this guy. Apex is going to get a beautiful pluck in as well, forcing the ultimate already. He's going to go straight down very soon. Paradiddle actually missing the tower force. And now suddenly Apex got to be careful here. He cannot stay underneath this tower. Mid lane though, Jimmy, bye.
And you see, bye, Jimmy. Nice knowing you. And this entire time, they were still fighting in the solo lane. Paradiddle getting juke-shoot around by Dracula V. GL comes to the assist. Cataclysm, swing and a miss there. GL, nice try. Try again after when the cooldown ends. Great use of the Stone Shield. Going to give Dracula V a little bit of reprieve. But the two-man rotation, the sneaky, breaky rotation. There's no wards to call it out. Bigatron Esports might end up losing their solo and their support in one swift execution.
Yep, and now the tier 1 tower is going to fall down to Loyal. This is slowing down. This is not the same pace that they started out, but this is a much better pace. It's a more sustainable pace. Now, Little Lover here going to get silenced out by Sixhook. Looking for Apex, potentially not going to get hit by that Sixhook. If only Bill HK was here, he could meme us all to death.
Oh, dear God. No, if Bill HK goes up against a Kronos, he's going to get bodied. Do you see his latest YouTube video? But
yeah,
in all seriousness, the whole idea of the solo Eclipse does have a decent bit of experience. We're going to see maybe that comes into play if he rotates around in time, but to the right side here. Going to hit Paradiddle with the ultimate, but he's still able to steal it with the help of Jimmy Mazy. And with that, Loyal have to retreat, and they may end up losing Seek if he's not careful. He doesn't have a tower there to protect, and Jimmy Mazy is...
Carrot.
That was a decoy. Oh, I got completely debated. Their Eclipse, meanwhile, Mike being debated himself with a 4-man rotation.
Yeah,
5-man.
I just saw Carrot just slowly sneaking up onto Sir Eclipse as he was doing the Gold Fury, and now Bigatron actually going to take away the Gold Fury after sealing the portal as well. That's going to shut down Loyal Snowball just a little bit. They are still in the lead. Have a quick look at the graphs. You can see it's a hot 2.2k gold lead and 2.6k XP lead, but that should have been a lot higher. I feel like Sir Eclipse just sort of felt himself a little bit, thought, you know what, I'm going to try and do this, and he forgot that there was actually an enemy, and a really good enemy, around him with Carrot, because he is a fantastic person who knows these objective calls, who can work out and stand around and try and do stuff. And now he's looking for Kami. Paradiddle's going to be here, though, to try and shut down Geo.
Yep, one Unicorn deployed. Caught in the tornado will be Geo. He's going to probably get turned into scrap here very shortly. Yep, going to drop to Kami and the 2 other members on Loyal. But 2 more members of Bigatron rotate back around. Now it's going to be a 3-on-3 until Dracula V comes back around to assist. But both teams are just going to kind of play it safe here. They don't really want to go in, which is completely understandable. Right now, Loyal do have the advantage, but it's a very precarious one. If Bigatron get one more solid fight and an objective on top of that in, Bigatron have turned this right back around.
Yeah, and they can actually make it even and potentially even put it in their lead, though. Nice little knock up onto Carrot here. Forced to use the Purification. Diamond Pillars used as well to slow down Shell as well. Even looking for a Horrific Emblem. Carrot is getting chased down. Afro Ultimate used. Rom in the sky, but I don't think he's going to be able to get out of this.
Like here. No, the shield! The shield from Geo might actually end up saving him here. Jimmy Mazzy trying to go on distraction duty, hitting 3 people's attention away from his teammate. She goes in a little bit too greedy. Sorry, you're a support man, mate, not a carry. Get used to it. You need to stay back with your team. Paradiddle will end up killing Geo. So the protection shred good enough to get through the heavy protections of the Geb. Paradiddle on the Guan Unicorn once again, able to ride away from danger and disaster. 1 kill only, but Loyal might be a little bit too wounded to really go for a ton of objectives. And with Jimmy Mazzy now hanging out in the duo lane, they may need to respond to him.
The fact that they all got out is actually amazing. That's exactly what they needed. Bigatron had a fantastic turnaround there. They were able to make sure that only 1 person died. And then they nearly got a lot of kills there, but they didn't get those kills. And that is the big difference. They didn't get them. That means that Loyal gets away. They don't get the shutdown gold. They don't get that extra gold to try and get back into this game. And now Kerb is just having to find whatever he can. He knows he needs his kin size up as soon as possible. Starting to build it into Lightblade already, but he needs to get as much farm as possible. If he gets those kins, he can now start dealing with Paradiddle and Sixer. And if he can get those kins, that means he can take down that front line. He can open up the back line of Loyal, and suddenly Susano doesn't look as strong as he does. He's still very scary, sitting at 8-1 with a Builder's Beat Stick already.
Has to put the Aegis because he went a little bit too aggressive, got stunned out. Diamond Pillars is a zoning measure deployed by Sick, and that will force back Bigatron, including getting rid of Little of his ultimate. Popping it a little prematurely, thinking, I can get it, I can get it, I can get it. But no, nothing really happened. They just kind of disengaged smartly by Loyal. So ultimate is going to be probably wasted. Kami again, for the 2nd time, taking big damage from the crush. He would have taken it for a 3rd time earlier on, but the Aegis had to be used to avoid said damage. But on the topic of farm, if we actually get a little bit of time here. So Dracula's 1-7, but he's still very high up in the net worth. He's the highest net worth on his team.
I mean, yeah, he's been doing a lot of fantastic farming. He's been sat in the solo lane. He does exactly what he does. Do you spot the tier 1 tower being taken down on the right-hand side? That's probably Dracula. Little of a 40 purification early there, since we did see Kami using his blink, I believe. Yeah, he does indeed have blink. But now the rest of Bigatron has grouped up together. We do have Carrot very nearby as well, with Sir Eclipse just trading very near too. But I don't know what they're going to try and fight. We're 20 minutes in. They're not really at high enough level to try and sneak away a Fire Giant at this point. Maybe Bigatron could do it if Dracula V's here with alongside Kerep and healing him. I doubt it, though. Like, it's gonna have to be a big fight first.
Yeah, and on top of that, Loyal have to leave their backline very open for Little Lover and Jimmy Mazzy to actually dive onto. because Little Love is going to want to get close enough to apply the root. Of course, he isn't going to be high enough level yet. Actually, scratch that. He's high enough level to get the Sikkim. Never mind, that changes things. So he's going to be able to use the Sikkim to hit potentially 3 people at once. And that will allow Jimmy Maisie to dive in and cause a little bit of chaos himself. But they have to keep Dracula V and Kirip safe, because those are the 2 big swingers on the team, even though the Dracula V is 1 and 7. That still feels weird. The Aphrodite, who's 1 and 7, is potentially highest farm on the team outside of the carry.
I mean, if you kill someone a lot early on, yeah, they die a lot, but they also come back very quickly as well. So Dracula V now just been farming and actually doing quite a bit of damage to Kami here, already down to half HP. Forced to use the Dharmic Pillars as Sigtok. Now Apex has rotated over, wants to try and go in because he knows he can easily do a ton of damage to these guys. The Portal Demon, as you said, was taken down. Paradiddle actually deeping into it and maybe potentially looking for a gank here.
Yeah, the gank's going to be useful here, but the fight's been very spread out across the mid lane, both at the tower and at the middle junction. Let's keep an eye on the tower for the time being. Get a little of it again, swing and a miss on the ultimates. He is not having a good time right now using the I'm a Monster. He has been consistently not getting kills with it. Seek going to drop down to 1/4. Typhoon used by Apex to buy his team a little bit of room to try and escape, and now Bigatron need to chase and pick up a quick kill and leave. They can't get involved in a protracted siege under the tower because Loyal have so much sustain with Paradiddle available, and then Seek, of course, can try and dash in and CC someone, but see Bigatron see that coming, and they're going to move back and force action from Loyal outside of safe territory by going for a Gold Fury.
But look what Loyal are doing.
Oh, this is going to work.
Massey notices. Massey realizes, but is it going to be too late? It is indeed. Loyal take the Fire Giant after Bigatron called the Gold Tree. That was not a great call, and now Massey gonna get caught out here, stunned, forced to use the Purification and the Geb Shield as well. Dracula V getting caught in that Petrify as well, and now he's gonna fall down. Massey might get away here, but Loyal have the Fire Giant. They have the push. They're going to take a bit of damage, but Paradiddle, as you said, just gonna heal straight back up and gonna kill Jimmy.
Blink, Time Rift, yummy there from Kami. But going from things that are yummy to things that are kind of ill right now, my opinion is, where are the objective wards? I mean, we are seeing wards at the junctions, but there's no wards at the objectives themselves for both teams. I mean, admittedly, the Gold Fury Pit is not needed as much because of Oracles, correct? But at the Fire Giant Pit, you need some kind of CCTV presence there. Otherwise, you get the Fire Giant nicked out from underneath you.
I think Bigatron's ward had just dropped. It's signed like that, but they have been warding Fire Giant. It's about 20 minutes that you should definitely be having a constant ward at Fire Giant, but then you also have the warding fights that might happen. I was just really surprised that Bigatron went for Gold Fury and didn't think, why are they not following us? Could they be doing fire? Oh god, they're doing fire.
Yeah.
You
because
need
it's
to immediately think that.
It's very I mean, I'm trying to understand their mindset. Maybe they thought that Bigatron was too wounded, Loyal was too wounded from that last fight to actually really contest anything, so they go backwards. But Loyal have a Guan Yu, so that whole wounded thing goes away quite quickly with 1 or 2 applications of conviction.
It's not even that. It's actually about the 20-minute mark is when a team of full 5 members can do the Fire Giant. You might be able to get it a little bit earlier depending on how far ahead you are, but level 20 is roughly when a lot of people hit the 15-minute mark, as Dracula V actually forced to use the ultimate here. Time Rift, time stop potentially soon. Doesn't even need it. Petrify just to show off a little bit as this tier 2 tower falls, but about level 15 is when you can start doing stuff, which means that ends up being about 20 minutes. That is when, that's why I say you need to be having constant ward coverage at about that mark. Paradiddle actually going to go in here.
Look at my horse. My horse is amazing, and so's my Guandao smacking you in the face. Little Lover going to get back into the fountain just in time and start healing up. And now Loyal may have gone a little bit too far. Paradiddle going to be caught inside of the ultimate, but luckily Seek deploys his own in response, to actually end up protecting his team. Kirip, meanwhile, eliminates Apex, up into the sky. 1, 2, 3, 2 and 3rd shots miss respectively, so they can't kill off Sick. Paradiddle forced to go backwards himself. Loyal are going to be able to heal up with not only the Guan Yu healing, but also the Fire Giant belt. So Bigatron gonna have a bit of a problem on their hands because Loyal will very quickly be able to reinitiate the siege on either the Phoenix or the tier 2 tower in the mid.
But they had a problem, and they dealt with the problem because that right side Phoenix is still alive. Kami, though, looking for the time stop, not going to be able to hit it onto Jimmy. Now Jimmy going to use that Ox Swarm to knock Kami away. Paradol in the mid lane, looking for Little Lover. Very nearly got him to the Tower to Assault, but Dracula V's ultimate lasted just long enough for Kami to come in and finish him off anyway. And now Kami going to use the Rewind, so Eclipse a little low as well, but Aegis should keep him alive a little bit longer.
But now Cammy again getting aggressive. Cammy's feeling pretty good about himself this game. 8-0. Time has been on Cammy's side for pretty much this entire game. Getting quick kills early on with the Chronos, being able to then blink in uncontested, get kills and get out. And the longer we get into the game, the more his passive's going to ramp up, of course, getting extra power every 2 minutes, I believe. That is going to be a very scary mid laner, who is already very scary when we get to around the 30-minute mark. But with Loyal grabbing themselves the Portal Demon and now aggressing onto Bigatron, Giol says no, have a Cataclysm.
Yeah, have a Cataclysm indeed, but Paradol still chasing out Dracula V here, forced to use the Aphrodite ultimate is he, and now Sixhook is doing a decent amount of damage. Luckily, not enough to kill since they've used all of their CC. Jimmy Massey forced to go up into that cloud and forced to drop back down into the Eagle already. Fire Giant is very nearly up, another 27 seconds for it. Loyal know this. They've got the Portal Demon. It's not going to be up much longer for them, though, so they need to be able to go back, heal up, and get ready for this fire. Make sure that Bigatron can't do this, because this time they're going to not go for the gold jury, hopefully. They're going to be sat down here, waiting to try and fight. And if they can, this could be a big deal. Loyal can take this away.
Loyal going to be aggressing onto Bigatron Sports for the time being, looking to try and keep Jimmy Maisie on the back foot, damage him a bit, and maybe force an ultimate out. But, of course, if Geo's hanging around, that shield going to be a nice defensive buffer to his HP bar. Rewind used by Cammy to give himself full HP and get him fully prepared for the fight coming up. But for the time being, Loyal have to just sit here and defend because Cammy was thinking about starting at the Fire Giant, but Bigatron can immediately jump on. They still have two big ultimates and one big supportive ultimate available at their discretion. Gio, though, getting put down heavily, has to use his shield on himself. Dracula V going to be able to heal him back up. The fight still at a stalemate.
They know the Aphrodite ultimate's down. They probably know the Geb ultimate it's actually just come up itself. Dracula V just got wiped by Kami. Apex is going to try and finish him off. Diamond Pillar's used as well to just slow him down. Apex is going to get that kill using the Tornado. Now, that's actually a lot of ultimates used for trying to get that kill. Jimmy Massey forced to go up in the cloud yet again. Now they're starting to think they could go Fire Giant. Instead, though, the biggest, more simplest thing to do is just push. Ignore Massey. He's trying to do a Dracula V. Go for the Phoenix.
And that Phoenix is going to be a tantalizing target because it's not even full HP yet. It's still at about 3/4. It's still got the rest of it to go. And Loyal, even though they've lost the Fire Giant buff, are in full command of going in. Little Lover going to have his CC taken away by Gio, saving his life potentially from a time rift. The Cataclysm again from Gio is huge, but Little Lover whiffs on the Armor Monster again on stunned targets. Up goes Kira, but only able to get 2 shots and no kill. Bigatron Esports, every time they get a good start to the actual engage via a great stun from Gio, the backline isn't able to follow up.
And because the backline isn't able to follow up, Loyal are getting away, but Bigatron have defended yet again. And now they could look for Fire Giant. They could start to take it away. I'd be very worried. I have no idea whether it's the rest of Loyal are. Instead, they're just going to ward it, play it safe, get some buffs because they know they need to go into this next fight. As I said, Kerip now has his kin size. He's starting to do a lot more damage. Loyal are starting to get hit badly by him. If we go and have a quick look at the player damage, you can see he's sitting middling. Jimmy actually doing a ridiculous amount, sitting in nearly 19k already. Gold Jury going to go the way of Bigatron, and that spot tells Loyal exactly where they are. They know they're not around this Fire Giant. They could start it if they want, but because it's only just gone down, they know Bigatron are on their way.
Yeah, to stay in the area and be available to jump in on Loyal if Loyal want to actually go for the Fire Giant properly, but I feel like both of these teams are just going to be having an extended ballroom dance around the Fire Giant. This is no longer just the Fire Giant dance. This is a full-on fiasco. Neither team has been able to really get a full fight and a push. The only Fire Giant that's been taking this game was a sneaky breaky one from Loyal while Bigatron wasn't looking. So with that in mind, what does Loyal have to do here to push their advantage? Because they are very far ahead of Bigatron right now. But that gap is quickly closing.
But look, this is exactly what they need to do. They need to start the Fire Giant up, bait Bigatron in, and then get a couple of kills. But the kills aren't happening. There's a split fight going on. Jimmy Massey's forced to go into the cloud. Geo's used his Cataclysm already, and Apex is on his own in the middle of everyone.
Apex going to be under the effects of the sprint. The Aegis going to avoid the damage again. Little Lover having the single worst luck in the history of Scylla players right now. Sir Eclipse get the second kill for Loyal. Bigatron now on the retreat. Dracula V caught in the Hurricane, destroyed by Cammy. Little Lover has to try and waddle away as fast as his little legs can take him. Loyal now finally can go for the Fire Giant in peace and quiet, knowing that the Scylla ultimate is nowhere to be found because it was used on the target that popped Aegis.
That felt bad for the Lover. Like, he's the first one he really gets to hit, and he has Aegis. Like, you know you're upset. You're going to be upset. Portal Demon has actually respawned during the time that we were waiting for that, but they are going to have Fire Giant. They've got Portal Demon. They can now walk straight up that mid lane, take that tier 2 tower, push the Phoenix, look for the right-hand Phoenix, which has yet to still actually fully heal. And now Loyal look like they can end this game. Bigatron are doing what they can. They're pushing. You can see Jimmy Massey over on this left-hand side trying to get a couple more minions into that tower, but this is too little too late. Loyal are in your mid lane.
And they're about to take your tower, mate. And with that, there is no more safety buffers for Bigatron Esports. Their Phoenixes are now vulnerable. Abra's armors are going to be dueling here, so the effects are going to cancel each other out. Phoenix is going to be at full neutral power. Damit Pillars, Cataclysm, both will support using their ultimates, but Geo got a way better ultimate than Sick, but the follow just isn't there, which means now Sir Eclipse going to get a kill, but then the other carry follows up, this time going to be Kirp, but Cammy's having no Sir Juggler, get out of here, back to spawn. 2-for-1 trade in favor of Loyal, but Loyal still not in a really great place to push. They burned almost all their ultimates there. Bigatron's mid lane and solo might be enough to actually defend this alongside Kirp if they get one good pick.
They've got Kami, they've got Eclipse. They can easily take this out. Sixo might fall for their troubles, but actually not going to get hit by that. Sikkim going to be able to walk away. Only Apex falls, and the mid Phoenix finally breaks the base. Loyal just slowly getting their grips back into this game. They were very much in the lead, but they got a little bit lackadaisical, and they sat back a bit, and Bigatron nearly took that. They could have done a lot. Kirip has been doing some fantastic work, and unfortunately, it's just not enough to help Dracula V. He's just not had a good game at all. He's actually going into most likely a Rod of Tahuti. I really hope it's not a Kronos Pendant, because he got enough cooldown already, mate.
That would be a bit of a risky proposition if he does end up going for the Kronos Pendant. Because, yeah, he's close to overstacking. Well, to be fair, it's not technically overstacking. The cooldown on Kronos Pendant works differently. It's every second it's reduced flat instead of percentage. So he can use it, and let's actually look at the full detailed numbers for a moment on F3. What's the healing? He's healing right now for 11,000. Now, Paradiddle's healing for 14,000, but of course it's AoE healing versus single target. It's to be expected, especially when anti-heal's going to start thrown at you thick and thin by multiple sources from Loyal. But I feel Dracula V might want to focus on maybe a little bit of raw power instead, or even penetration, because he is severely lacking that statistic right now.
I mean, yeah, you definitely need some pen, but he's going for this sort of pure healing Aphrodite. The thing that I'm really surprised at is Kirip. I don't know why he has Broader's Beat Stick. It only works in his ultimate, in theory, if I'm correct. He should be looking for a Toxic Blade instead, but actually Loyal going to go in here.
Paradiddle gonna go on the one Unicorn, but the Cyclone really wasn't able to hit anyone. Cataclysm's good, but again, no real follow-up from Bigatron Esports because Seek's in the back line being a ginormous pen to the backside. Phoenix gonna fall, Dracula follows shortly, and then Kirp's a third, GL's a fourth, Loyal gets a fifth, and they may be looking for even the sixth here. If they can get Jimmy Mazie, this might be looking like the 1-1 comeback that Loyal desperately needed. The fourth seed makes the first seed bleed.
Congratulations to Loyal for winning that game. But can we talk about your number counting? How many people are on a team?
5.
How many numbers did you get up to that at the end there?
5.
You went to 6.
It's all right. It's one Subalcon clone. It's fine. It counts. But going to the actual game itself, after I hate you, Wiz. The game, Loyal. I love how they turned that first game strategy right back around on Bigatron. They're, all right, that first game, you pushed us hard. We couldn't come back from the initial snowball. We'll do the same thing to you, and we'll do it to your arguably star player at the same time, shutting down a niche pick's prime opportunity to get ahead.
I mean, speaking of 6, guess how many times Dracula V died in the first 10 minutes or so?
6 times.
Well done. You can actually do some stuff. But it's just Aphrodite just got destroyed. You don't have a whole lot as a solo lane Aphrodite. You do have a nice amount of sustain. You do have that nice little bit of knockback with the knockback. Yeah. But you don't have a whole lot. You're really there to get Jimmy Massey over to your lane. And because they went in at the best time, they took out a couple of people, and Paradiddle got ahead even earlier with getting that first blood in the mid lane. You suddenly have both your mid lane behind, your solo lane behind, and by proxy, your jungler gets behind as well. Jimmy Massey just couldn't really find anything, especially on a Sun Wukong jungle who, again, he doesn't have a whole lot of engaged tools. He's much more of a sort of, I'm going to sit here as my frontliner and destroy everyone. I want to see Dracula back on his Hades, back on his Giannis. Hebo, yeah, it worked, but I want to see him on the stuff that he knows and he can pull off, because that is exactly where they need to go for Game 3 to get into the finals.
And speaking of Game 3, let's shut up for a moment, cut to break, and get ready for Game 3. We'll be right back, a couple of minutes on the clock, and we'll bring you the final game of this set, post-haste. Don't go anywhere.
Just yesterday, I found true love, but it passed away. It's love I made. I know I have no regret. I found true love. Just yesterday, I found true love, but it passed away. It's love I made. I know I have no regret. I found true love.
Hello there, everyone. Welcome back. We sincerely apologize for the extreme technical difficulties. Easy Anti-Treat literally just tried to kill Lord WizKid, but we're back now. We saved him from the brink of death, and now this is going to be potentially the brink of death for one of these teams. Knockout stage potentially for either Bigatron Esports or Loyal, 1-1 apiece.
Speaking of the brink of death, I'm pretty sure Dracula V is very close to that, so it's going to be interesting to see what they go for the side of Bigatron. Giannis being immediately taken away from by Loyal. They know he's going to be mad. They want to make sure he doesn't get what he wants. So imagine this could be a Hades ban even. He bow instead. Actually, that's still pretty okay. I will take that.
Now, I've never actually talked to Dracula V personally, and I can't get solid reports, but from what I understand, his temperament can either be extremely cool, calm, and collected, and he can, like, lead your team to victory, or he tilts off the face of the planet in approximately 3 minutes. So, I'm not sure which Dracula V we're going to be getting this game, but hopefully it's the first version, because after that last game where he got focused so heavily, I would completely understand if he's not feeling too great right now. And with Loyal banning out the Giannis and the Habwa, aiming that right at Little Lover and Dracula, that is going to be kind of restricting his pool a little bit. I imagine if a Hades doesn't get banned out or picked, Hades has to be found somewhere quickly for Dracula V.
That will most likely be his pickup. I mean, yeah, there we go. Straight away, Hades. They know Loyal is going to try and ban away. So, getting the Hades, make sure Dracula V has a god he is comfortable on, picking up the Nemesis as well. Ooh, they are looking for a lot of not
Shred.
huge CC, but yeah, huge shred, huge drops in damage. Khepri, though, could be a nice little answer to this.
Yeah, you know, even if you have most of your protection shredded, half of them taken by Nemesis and then a good chunk taken by the Hades ultimate if you're marked, Khepri can just bring you back from the brink immediately if he's got the ultimate available. Of course, that only helps one person at a time, but if Loyal play it right, maybe only one person gets snagged per fight, so with that Khepri on the field, Bigatron's going to have to think about their next pickup, because of course with the Nemesis, I imagine that's going jungle unless they want to go for something quirky. There's no room to really bring a character that has Execute to get around the Khepri ultimate.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult to try and get around that. Maybe they could do Benny Q style Ao Kuang ADC, but I rarely see that. So we do actually see a pass coming out here, so we'll have to see, double check with Loyal just to see what that was, but I believe it could actually just be a downright pass.
Yeah, potentially. Maybe they want to force Bigatron's hand in that regard. Of course, you might want to do passes towards the end of the pick ban phase, you know, kind of throw off the enemy, but doing it early on, maybe they either didn't decide or they just were a little bit too slow on the mark. You know, anything can end up happening in these picks and bans. I think they almost burned through their bank time. Chronos ban from Bigatron aimed squarely at Cammy's feet. Cammy did exceptionally well last game, so very smart to get rid of that. And of course the Osiris. Now Sir Eclipse isn't playing solo, he's playing carry. He's got an extremely good Osiris, but Paradiddle, he might be able to do work on the Osiris, so Bigatron don't want any of that nonsense, get rid of it. Loyal, however, after banning the Cupid to get that out of Kirup's hands, gonna be giving Cammy the Soul.
And yeah, Soul is just so
whoa. Okay. Right. That's a cuckoo. We don't see that too often. Little Lover has pulled that out once or twice, but that's a very rare pick, and the ul, that's much more common for Kirup. He loves his ul, but a cuckoo. This is going to be very curious to me personally, because primarily we'll see a lot of mid lane control going to be used for the cuckoo, obviously, but Sol can duel him way better.
Yeah, Soul dueling is going to be just downright fantastic. Not to mention as well, you've got Medusa, so you've just got a huge amount of damage coming out from Loyal in terms of these ADCs, just ridiculously destroying any potential towers. They are going to lack a lot of team fight. You do have that home bats, it will help out, but you don't have that amazing, beautiful initiation and damage. You just have an initiation and damage separate.
Yeah, so with that in mind, what's the anti-heal going to be the anti-heal? Because, again, I don't want to sound like Papa Freight Train, but anti-heal is going to be huge in this upcoming match, because let's break it down specifically. Yes, Loyal do have the Hercules, obviously, but Cammy, of course, can heal up as well. Bigatron, however, has a Hades, and the Hades can heal up dramatically, but this is all coming from non-traditional healing characters. It's all self-sustain from the solo laners. So how much anti-heal we're going to see in the solo lane is going to be pretty crucial to dictating the pace of that, because of course, if the Hercules can't use mitigate wounds, he's going to have a very hard time. If Hercules can't heal off the wave, he immediately puts himself in danger, because once you've gone into the wave, you're in the middle of the enemy's wave. If you haven't killed it and healed, you won't be able to really get out of there clean.
Yeah, indeed. And that's going to make things a lot more difficult for, just in general, Loyal have to be very careful. I believe we're actually still having some technical difficulties, so I think we're just going to have to cut to a break very briefly. Again, apologies. We'll just have to see what we can try and do in this.
This train terminates at Stratford.
right, ladies and gents, apparently the curse of the broken stuff has passed from Gormizer to WizKid, so we've brought back an American to make this a balanced NAEU casting desk. Gormizer, are you reading?
Yeah, I'm ready and excited to see it. I mean, last game we got to see an interesting match, to say the least, and honestly, these two teams kind of going toe for toe, and finally being able to see them be a little bit more competitive is very intriguing, especially bringing it the first set for the playoffs all the way to Game 3. Perfect.
Now, you, of course, casted the first game in this set, and that was massively in favor of Bigatron, you have 30 to something. Then Loyal, second set, ended up going about, I think, 28 to something up on Bigatron. So now this game, essentially a best of one, but it's going to have all the feelings of, oh god, what do we do now? Because now it's going to be Bigatron on the back foot, and they've decided to go with somewhat comfort picks, of course, giving Dracula V the Hades he potentially could stomp pretty heavily in lane.
And this is one of those things where there's a little bit of a mentality thing going for them as well, because both of these teams, like you said, it's essentially going to be a best of one. Whoever wins this one's the one who goes ahead. But Bigatron's coming off of that loss, and they have to go back and think, what have we been doing? What's going to make a difference? Little Lover actually opting here into the Cuckoo Khan is a little bit suspect to me, although right now Kami getting very, very low in the mid lane. Not enough to get the first blood yet, but enough to just force him away. But going to the Cuckoo Khan, he's going to have a good clear. But the one thing we've been harping on Little Lover the most for is missing his ults. And Cuckoo Khan is not the easiest ult to hit. It's a little bit wider, so it's a little bit more forgiving. But it's going to be another really big amount of pressure put onto the mid lane here.
Yeah, that amount of raw pressure can sometimes cause a lot of issues in other lanes. It fans out. If so much pressure is applied to the mid to where the jungle and the mid laner don't have to care as much about that lane, they can go start causing malarkey anywhere else on the map. They can go steal some back camps, maybe go harass the enemy jungler, go over to the duo. Duo has been an area that's been somewhat untouched for the time being, and as we see this pause come out, hopefully this will be done soon, the actual whole homogenization about what happens in the mid lane if Little Lover and Jimmy Macy gets all the way through to the point where they can start rotating around to different places is going to be something that's going to be very critically looked on by me.
I'm really hoping, personally, well, of course, we get to see Dracula V finally kind of going back to that Hades, which is going to be big for the solo lane, but I'm looking mainly at what we're going to see in the reply. Paradiddle, the first game was it just got shut down. Like, there's no other way to put it. He just got shut down very hard by Dracula V on the Hebo. And when it came down to it, he didn't have much of a reply. And in that second game, of course, we got to see Loyal. They came back. They were doing a little bit better. But I want to know how he's going to fare against this Hades. Because they have a little bit more practice against it, he should expect this coming out, because that's just the way that it has been. Overall, for Bigatron, it's always trying to pull out this Hades as kind of like their secret pick when it comes down to it. But overall, it's just been going, I want to say, slowly but surely in their favor, kind of a back and forth trade for him.
Yeah, so, as we approach the 2-minute mark soon off of the pause, I want to see what happens as well with the fights. Is it going to be happening? Yeah, my good. What's going to happening with actual full-on fights? As now, finally, we're going to be going into this. It looks like Loyal lost Paradiddle. A little bit of a first blood blunder there for Loyal, and losing first blood on the Hercules, giving it to a Nemesis jungle, is not a good scenario.
And putting that assist onto Dracula V, which is going to be, again, detrimental. Paradiddle has to be able to handle this, otherwise the lane pressure that comes out of him. I mean, that's what Bigatron love, is just getting Dracula V into this point where he can just solo the lane, get the farm, push down the tower, and then eventually he can start making some rotations, but they've never been big on that. And speaking of rotations, look like Apex going to be coming around looking for anything. Not level 5 yet, so no fear, no evil available. Paradiddle only level 3. Dracula V just does not really care about it. He's just going to kind of slowly but surely walk back to his tower, back to base, spend some of the gold he's got, and come back with probably a brand new item under his belt.
In some ways, Gore, I feel like Dracula's identity really fully comes alive on Hades. He's an aggressive player who likes going in on the wave, fighting and brawling. And I mean, he can do some of the fancy stuff that earns him, clips on Twitch, but he can do things like that against enemy solo laners with the Hades, the heal, the silence, the obnoxiousness that a Hades can bring. That is what Dracula V thrives on.
And I still had to say, my favorite thing is the builds that he will pull out, and it's very adaptive as well as coming out as just playing it. And honestly, looking at it, like, I've been hovering over, my camera has been hovering over every
Duo?
lane except the solo lane, but of course that's going to be what is going on. Although right now 6-0 getting very, very low, going to use the ult on himself, and they're going to have a little bit of shielding come out for him, but ultimately that's going to be a big Capriol off the board. That is going to be a big opening for Bigatron to get aggressive, and as we can see, they're already going to push that aggression into the red buff, but potentially elsewhere on the map. I mean, I'm looking at Sarah Clips. He's slowly but surely making a rotation that I wouldn't recommend for a Medusa.
Yeah, he's pinned on the tower right now, but that shield usage there, I don't agree with personally, Gore. I feel like Sick could have waited a little bit longer to see either does he get out for free or does he pop the resurrect? Because then he has the choice of either he can save the shell for maybe a gank over the wall by someone rotating around from mid or solo, or he might need to use it for another attempt. I was going to see, speaking of attempts on things, attempts on the life of Dracula V. Paradiddle! Look at the damage onto him! But luckily, with the help of his team, he will survive and drop Dracula V down to Hades.
That was Apex. Like, that was 100% Apex. Paradiddle did a lot of damage. Paradiddle was there for the assist. That entire kill was Apex. If he hadn't gotten there at the time he got there, that would have been different, as there. Kami going to take a spill in the side of the jungle there, right in the mid camps, and now it looks like Mesa going to get grabbed away, but not too worried again. Apex, at this point, without Fear No Evil, he's not as big of a threat. Don't need to worry about him too much, although he does have that passive crit, can hit relatively hard. But we got to see what can happen to Dracula V if he gets a little bit too overzealous, and while he might be able to live through a gank, and he got a lot of return damage down, it wasn't enough to keep him alive, and he's going to have to be a little bit more wary. I expect some wards to be popping up here on the right-hand side of the map.
Yeah. I sincerely hope some teams putting up wards quickly, because I'm still a little bit shook by the fact that the wards on the key objective areas weren't coming up as fast as maybe they would like, or at least I would like. But now, you know, look at the map, it's lighting up in blue in some places, lighting up in red in others. Looks like both teams have understood, okay, we need our CCTV cameras up, prepared, and spying on the enemy.
And now they're going to be, again, just kind of patiently waiting. Dracula V, not necessarily, I want to say, learning his lesson at this point, getting aggressive, although he might know the timer well enough to recognize there are no ults available. He's going to go through, be able to get a blue buff for himself and splitting some of that farm across the team. All 5 members right now of Bigatron are located either from mid to solo here on the right-hand side of the map. That's normally the kind of call to make some aggressive play in the duo lane on the left-hand side. Go for the jungle, do something. But we get this nice bird's eye view. We can see there's nothing really for Star Eclipse to do other than try and push down this tower. And a Medusa at level 7, you're going to get some poke, but it's not going to be enough. And when they just took your tier 1 in the right-hand lane, you want to trade it out, but you just don't have the damage.
Yeah, and now, mid, you're going to see a little bit of a skirmish. Apex will use the Fear No Evil to push back the 3 members on Bigatron that tried to aggress. But speaking of aggression, Paradiddle doing diddly squat this game, 0-3 against the might of Dracula V.
All right, I'm just going to throw it out there. We've been giving a lot of praise to Dracula V.
Yes.
But I want to throw out the way he played that last play against Paradiddle was the absolute perfect play. As right now we're actually going to see Little Lover going to be able to hit one of those ults here. I'm going to be able to clean up Kami, get another 2 kills on their belt. But what he did, Paradiddle goes for the pull, and apparently he's not done yet because he's going to be able to pick up Apex over there. This is the same thing. I mean, this is the same problem we had last game. You're just switching camera all over the place, fighting every second.
Hey, Gore, do I need to get, like, a little bit of tape and just overwrite the chew on your chair to be 1? Because we don't get a moment to talk about the game. There's so much bloody fighting. Both of these teams are out for blood right now. Understandably so. This is the final game of the set.
And, I mean, as we can see, Bigatron trying to do what we saw Loyal do at the beginning of the last game. I mean, this time now 7-1 kills with Dracula V. This is going to be the last time. I don't want to say your name again, so stop fighting for a little bit. I'm going to say Paradiddle goes for the push into the tower, goes into the ult, gets the damage down, and then just turns it around and blows them up. Of course, the team now going to be able to get a lot. The nice setup, the slows coming out from Macy, really helping out Little Lover and kind of getting these Spirit of the 9 Winds, like just slamming down through the mid lane, being able to pick up 1, maybe 2 people if he's lucky. And just the combinations of damage that they've had so far from Bigatron has just been pretty much done perfectly. They've been doing it right, although right now Dracula V going to get ganked once again. Fear No Evil not available just yet. It just came up, but they're not going to need that one. Apex going to be able to get the kill there. Paradiddle barely escaping with his life.
And that play right there demonstrated what I was about to say. Well, actually, scratch that. More being roped to the tail of the brawl on the right-hand side of the map. Apex going to be hit with the Scarab's Blessing. GL rooted by Seek. Seek, great use of the Kepri kit to get his jungler out safe. But Loyal there did exactly what they needed to do. Send someone over to apprehend Dracula. There were so many times this game and in the first game where Dracula V was left alone to his own devices. And right now, in Southeast Asia, with the way he plays, just raw numbers, he is one of the best, if not the best, 1v1 solo laners right now, just on sheer record alone, just because of how many times he's able to solo people.
And I mean, just looking at it, like, you can tell he fights. If you look at the player damage, he's sitting at the top, and there's a good reason, is that's all he does, is he just looks for that poke. And whenever it is during the lane, Paradiddle is going to get slowly but surely poked out. And of course, being Hercules, that's not the end of the world. He can heal it back up. But, you know, maybe some stat padding or Dracula V just finding the upper hand, as long as he continually pokes him down, there's a certain point where you're just not going to be able to heal all of that damage back up. And if he goes the build that we're used to seeing, there's potentially a Polynomicon in the future here, and a Polynomicon on the Hades sounds like it shouldn't work that well, but it ends up working way as Macy gonna get in, get out.
Gonna get a Maisie, what the hell? Words are hard. Gonna get away from the Sunstrike deployed by Kami, but now Loyal gonna be rotating back around to finally get rid of Dracula V, who is just pushing laissez-faire. No real setup from any of them, but now in comes everyone, actually, including Bigatron. Spirit of the Nine wins. Congratulations, Loyal, you just got jebaited.
And you were talking about team play. That is team play right there. Dracula V is getting ganked, no fear, immediately goes into the ult. He's watching his health bar, but the team makes the rotation over, they get the kill. And of course, the setup, again, that ult, the Hades, pulling everyone right into the center, sets up Little Lover perfectly. And if you need someone to get a lot of damage down really fast, you've got the Kukulkan. Just the way they're playing this right now on the side of Bigatron almost makes these last two games seem, I mean, just like inconsequential. Like the way that they're playing right now, it is the cleanest that I think I have seen them in weeks.
Yeah, and they're also going back to some of their old methods because they're starting to get ahead. Duo here, so Eclipse going to use the Petrified Care, turns it right back around, has to turn around again because of the Fear No Evil, has to use both of his relics to get on out of there. Now he's going to start dueling. The critical hit from Apex, almost killing him, but in comes the cavalry to jump. No, Kieran is able to get away in time. He's going to kill off the enemy Hunter, but now Apex in a bit of a sticky wicket. Jimmy Maisie now gets turned back on. Reinforcement from Loyal, of course, have arrived. GL now able to assist. Look to try and body block, but of course, Disapparate in corporeal form will go right through enemy players. Remove obstacles. Removes the obstacle to Jimmy Maisie's success. Gonna be able to get away safely. Only one kill, and that's gonna be for Loyal.
And that's going to be a little bit rough for Kirip here. Just, again, playing the Uller, it's going to be a little bit rough no matter what when things don't go your way, just because a lot of it is going to be mechanically based. Dracula V just cannot get left alone in this game. Of course, there's no need to leave him alone right now, getting relatively low. The pillars are up. He is low, but he's going to get a little bit of a heal. The protections are going to be shred. They're going to find the kill. Now, Paradiddle, Apex, they're both relatively low and right for the picking, depending on how deep Bigatron want to go here.
I feel like Loyal is starting to fall into every bait and every trap that Bigatron are laying down. They'll send too many people over to the right to try and deal with Dracula V, but he's so far ahead now that he's able to save himself reliably, which means the rest of Bigatron comes in and kills him. So instead, Gore, please tell me if I'm talking at my backside or if I'm right on this one. I feel like Loyal instead needs to divide and conquer and draw Bigatron away from their heavy focus on the solo right now.
All I've seen every time they've made that gank is exactly what you said. Dracula V is just able to turn around. And while sometimes they've been able to shut him down, twice now, they haven't been there for the big objectives. Say, like a Gold Fury that just got taken down without any of them really being able to contest it. Whereas on the other side, I mean, there's Kirip. There's not much where they can really put this pressure, and at this point, they are losing this lead, and they're losing it fast. I mean, it's already 8,000 gold sitting in favor of Bigatron, and it's 10.5k experience. You need to shut down Dracula V, but you have to shut down the rest of them too. And they're working too well together, and they're dumping too much into an individual instead of trying to team fight this. And right now, Loyal, they just need to, like you said, widen their focus. I'm not sure where they want to put their pressure. They can continue putting it on the solo lane, but they need to not dump everything into Dracula V.
Yeah, you can see here that lack of focus is a really good way of describing it, Gore. You see two members of Loyal in the duo dealing with one person, one versus one in the mid, going the way of Bigatron. Two members in the solo lane, going the way of Dracula for Bigatron again. It feels like Bigatron have gone back to the old style of when they were stomping towards Split 1. Of, hey, let's have Dracula V get ahead quickly, he becomes the aggro tank, starts frustrating the enemy, and then we lead them on a merry chase all around the map, Pied Piper style, and then just steamroll from there.
And with the way that the rest of the team has been going, especially I want to just highlight Gio on this Ganesh. Okay, well, you said that, and I'm like, what's he doing now? I look over, right next to the right hand, Phoenix will get pushed in there, going to take some damage, going to go into his ult, surprisingly turning a lot of that damage around, but he's still going to fall down. But the team, again, they're making the right call. They dumped so much into Dracula. They're going to go for this left tier 1 tower.
Dracula V, the Pied Piper of Southeast Asia, leading 3, almost 4 members away from his team to grab a tower, but looks like Loyal learned from what Bigatron did to them in set 2. They're now going to be looking to try and take the fire giant. This is exactly what they need to do, but there's a bit of a difference to last set. They are too far behind. They aren't at the right level, that level 14-15 mark, to where they can quickly grab a fire giant. And now they have to retreat. Bigatron smells it, and they're on the offensive.
Not only that, but because they made that call for the fire giant that early on, they left minions pushing down that tier 2 on the right-hand lane. It's about 1, maybe 2 hits away, and it looks like we're just going to see Nemesis run in and clean that one up, no problem. And that's going to be more gold sitting now in favor of Bigatron. And they didn't get the fire giant on Loyal, which means that even the next team fight, they're still sitting behind. They still have less damage. They weren't able to do what they needed to, and we're looking at Bigatron still sitting on all 6 towers. We're 15 minutes in, and they have a lead as though they're playing at 30 minutes.
Yeah, the only tower damage from Loyal to even exist is about 1,021 tower damage from Sir Eclipse. That's not good, especially when you have a Sol on the field. Sol should definitely be contributing to tower damage, but Loyal hasn't been able to get that mid lane locked down and the periphery jungle to actually help Cammy push, because Bigatron has been a ginormous threat on this right-hand side. As you can see, again, here's the set play. Dracula V going in. 3 members of Loyal's going to rotate. Bigatron aren't really there yet to go for anything outside of an actual counter gang on the right side here. Apex almost ends up dying to Dracula V. Has to burn the Resurrect from Seek, but Dracula V is going to fall. And now this is where Bigatron could end up losing if they start getting too big for their britches.
And this is where Dracula V has to start being more careful. He was 5-2 just a couple minutes ago, now sitting at 5-4. And again, while we were harping on Loyal for just focusing them down, because at the time they were losing it, they've figured out the equation. They've kind of tracked it down and figured out what exactly they need to do in order to stop down Dracula V. And that's apparently just get him before the team can reply. And now they're going to be looking at the Portal Demon, but then goes Apex, Evil coming down. Macy going to be looking for any return kill, but Portal Demon going to get taken, and it's picked up by Bigatron.
Little Lover, Spirit of the Nine Winds, Spirit of them Hot Steels, going to take the Portal Demon away. They will lose Dracula V, but at this point, he's a ginormous hit me sign on the map. Loyal now have to move back again. One of their big, easy sources of farm and momentum are gone. All they have is back camps to really grab, because Bigatron, meanwhile, able to control the left-hand side of the map handily. Kirby's going to steal the red away. May even want to steal the mid away as well. Loyal are on the heavy back foot. What can they do, though? There's a few options. They could try and catch out Dracula V quickly after he uses the ultimate, because Dracula V's using the Pillar of Agony to buff his own defenses. It does have that element to it, and that's why it takes so long to kill him. So maybe instead you let him dive in, back up a bit, wait, and then burn him down, possibly?
Well, I'd say go for the Fire Giant. Apparently, this is going to be what Bigatron wants to do. The one thing I've been looking at, and the one thing that I'm trying to figure out, is like just kind of coming for it. The big thing that I saw Bigatron, when they did that fight for the Portal Demon, they had Kirib split pushing. They just got another tier 2. Loyal at this point, even trying to find the farm on the map, there's so much gold left just in towers that's going to be the difference between these two teams. But we're looking at 14k gold. Dracula V is hardly an issue to him now. I mean, they've been able to kill him. He's still ahead. He still does damage. Right now, it's looking like he's going to end up falling around. They're going to take the Fire Giant away, but is that a really big deal? The rest of the team just got the Gold Fury. The rest of the team still has Fire Giant. Kirip is the one who's been split pushing. He might be 1-0, but he's got tower damage, and that's all they really need right now. That's all that you need to win the game. And as they continue pushing, Bigatron find themselves, I mean, like, this is just like a great position to be in any kind of Smite game.
Yeah, having firm control over how these battles happen is fantastic for Bigatron, because they can get Loyal to be uncomfortable in a position where they're already feeling the heat from being down double kills. It's 12-6. Fear No Evil engaged by Apex, but he's already gonna get completely annihilated by just Kirp. Spirit of the Nine wins. He's gonna tag Eclipse for almost half his HP. Seek on his own. He's only got Cammy ready to back him up. Jimmy Mace in the backline, however, went to the zone as well. Drops the Paradiddle. Cammy gets critted. Carry gets completely murdered by Kirp. Kirp gets an unofficial double kill. Paradiddle now on his own. Gonna have to try and run away as fast as he can, but this might be death for the solo laner. Yes, it will. Triple kill for Kirp.
Seek and Eclipse barely got out at the tail of that engagement. They were both really low, but no one on Bigatron was really able to aggress that far ahead. But they got the tier 2. That's all that's going to really matter to them. They're looking for this Phoenix. Level 10 versus level 19. Seek is learning why you do not want to box the Uller right now, and this Phoenix is about to learn that as well. Although, with the health bars on the side of Bigatron, they're going to have to fall back. They can't take up this Phoenix, but they get half health, and that's going to be a big enough win for them. Plus, it's all those kills, so really when it comes down to it, they're screaming worth.
Absolutely worth. They almost got a Phoenix. If they got the Phoenix out of that, Loyal wouldn't have been able to come back. They have to go and babysit the lane with one person at least, or at least the occasional visit, which means they can't go and stop either Bigatron's full push or Dracula V's nonsense. You can see Loyal, they are feeling the effects of this heavy solo pressure from Bigatron as a whole now. Their default position to push to is the right side. Yeah, Dracula V was there, but they are heavily favoring this right side, not only because of that heavy push, but because that heavy push results in potentially an easy Fire Giant take for Bigatron if Loyal aren't wary to it.
And right now, Loyal not necessarily being the wariest of players. The way it says, they're still playing very aggressively into a team that's been ahead for the majority of this game. At this point, it's been about 10-12 minutes that Bigatron has just been kind of decimating and controlling every single step of the way, every single fight. And even though they've lost some people, overall, it's still 15-7. Bigatron still are the ones finding the kills. They're still the ones that have a level 20 and a level 19 on their side. And when it comes down to it, they're still the ones that still have a Fire Giant buff, although it's only there for another 40 seconds, so they need to get aggressive with it if they want to do it. Geo going to go in. Fear No Evil going to come down. And it's looking like the Elephant's going to be in a bad spot, but the Pillars might keep him safe.
Carrot was petrified on the tower, which means the enemy could be going onto him. Spirit of the Line went into the ulting Dracula. He hits a couple of people, but no fatalities. The fatalities are going to be a 1-to-1. Mid laner for Loyal and solo for Bigatron. Bigatron now still trying to get a kill or two. Actually, Hunter on Hunter violence. So Eclipse dropping to Kirp. Loyal steaming out of base, trying to use the fountain to heal it where they can. Phoenix currently standing at half HP. Apex going back in, doesn't have the Fear No Evil, but doesn't matter because overhand smack your face, good sir. Kirp drops to the jungler.
Now we're going to be looking at it. Finally, just, I want to say, a small engagement kind of going the way of Loyal, successfully defending the Phoenix, getting rid of that Fire Giant buff, getting rid of some of the hard-hitting members right now. Again, 1-1 just a second ago. Now 5-2 is going to be Kira getting that second death there. But Portal Demon is up. Portal Demon is going to be Loyals potentially if they can press on it. But again, the issue seems to be that they don't have their damage here. And of course, Sora Eclipse being dead, they're not going to have that. But Kami, he's hanging out in the mid lane.
And
this is stolen by
Ganesh. Even needed here, though. This is okay. Gonna try and contest it. Gial gonna throw the will, but not even needed. The Force of Will. Not enough damage. I mean, Turn of Fate, the actual full ability name, it's decent damage, but it's primarily the damage after that's so good because it stacks up your damage. The initial base shot doesn't really do too much, so not a fantastic stealing ability. But to be fair, Gore, we have seen worse abilities steal objectives before.
We've seen Ganesh in the Southeastern Asian League come in and steal an objective like it was nothing. And that's kind of what I was thinking. I actually believe it might have been Gio who did that in the last play as well, but
possibly.
He is just one of those players that has that presence of mind where he knows how much damage he can do. He recognizes how much damage the other team can do. And they keep good vision on the map, and they know what they're going to be doing. As Dracula V, as you said, just really deep again. The Boulder going to double tap. All the damage in the world going to be dumped onto him.
This is where Bigatron could end up falling. They were too spread out, maybe a little bit of miscommunication, maybe Dracula V just wanted to go, 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 when the rest of his team was stop, 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 let's group up first. And now, with one of the big sources of damage gone, and an ultimate used as well, for no big return for Bigatron, Loyal now in a good position to try and push in. Giol already used the Dummit Pillars early on, so he can't use it in this fight, but there's the ultimate from Apex, allowing Seek to clean up the opposing support. Paradiddle stuck inside Little Lover's Tornadoes, burning him down, allowing Kieran to pick up the kill credit. It stands 2-1 right now for Loyal. They could look for an extra one potentially. See, gonna get hit with the Spirit of the Nine Winds, but has the Scarab's Blessing, heals himself back up. Little Lover gonna get hit with the Sacred Monkey overhand smash. Aegis, though, gonna give him a little bit of a reprieve, allows him to get out safely, but Loyal still here. 4 versus 3, 4 versus 2 potentially now. Little Lover's 2 wounded to really help make that 4 versus 1 because Jimmy Maisie just got smashed.
And now at this point, there's nothing Kirib can really do. He's getting aggressive, finds the stun on Akami, and a lot of damage, and Dracula V with the teleport. They actually have the ability to turn this one around. Apex can get the lead just in time, but Dracula V is still chasing him down. Still has the Polynomicon. 1 auto is all it will take if he can get his dash up. But of course, both of them having a leap, a dash, being able to get away and running right to Sir Eclipse with Dracula V. He's not hesitant. This is going to be...
What are you doing?
Just a replica of the issue that's been going on. Dracula V was 5-2 and now is 5-7. He has gotten 5 deaths without getting a single kill on his belt. And really, when it comes down to it, that's going to be a big issue for them. Dracula V is not being the carry they want. What was 15-7, now 19-12 is going to be kind of a similar spread. But when it comes down to it, Loyal is slowly but surely making these like slow comebacks. They're just scooping themselves, getting a grip, finding it wherever they can, pulling themselves up to that level. And even if Bigatron are able to kind of take that step for step, it's slowly getting whittled down.
We mentioned earlier on how one of the big strats for Loyal could absolutely be focusing Dracula. And Dracula V was doing quite well to avoid deaths early on when his team was rotating, but going out on his own, he's serving himself up on a silver entree platter. He can't be doing this. This is giving Loyal the room to go back in. And they're going to go in now onto the backline of Bigatron. Apex going to be ulted by Jimmy Maisie, forcing him to retreat. Boulder over the top by Paradiddle, going to be forcing back Bigatron, but no fatalities just yet. No real lethal damage. Sprint going to be used now by Bigatron, looking for the kill. Fatality is going to be for Cammy, actually. Got abducted and killed. Now going to look for something else, potentially Bigatron driving through Loyal's front line. Seek going to be blessed, but he's going to be turned into chopped liver, or chopped lobster in this case. Drops the Kirib. Kirib gets himself another double kill. Kirib now is blossoming into this true carry that Bigatron need. Originally it was Dracula, but now it's the Ool.
And now Maisie doing his best. Honestly, at this point, him and Geo are zoning. Fire Giant going to get taken down. Dracula split pushing down. And there's the Spirit of the Nine Winds going to hit both.
Nice.
Paradiddle very, very low. Just one more hit. All it's going to take. He's going to get rooted, knocked up. Kirik picking up that kill as well. Apex running back to base with his tail between his legs, trying to get away as fast as he can as 4 members come rushing down. That should be the right-hand Phoenix, should be the middle Phoenix, and if Dracula V gets his way, it'll be the left Phoenix as well. The Medusa will not going to be enough to connect, and that could be the first bird broken. The base is exposed, and Loyal are on their back foot.
Little Lover has shaped up so well this game compared to the last one. Last one, he was missing so many ultimates he's gonna drop. But now this game, he is consistently hitting critically important Spirit of the Nine Winds, that giant dragon you see, doing enough damage consistently that forces Loyal back from a comfortable engage to a retreating situation. Jimmy Maisie going to go in pretty heavily on his own while the rest of the team looking to deal with the Phoenix. Use the extra protections, eliminates Sir Eclipse, and he might even be able to get out of here. Avoids the overhand smash somehow. How do you do that? How do you juke an ability that big?
Right now, Paradiddle not going to be able to juke enough, getting very low. Spirit of the Nine Winds going to force him to stay away from the base, running back towards the Titan, but it's going to be ultimately a death for him as Dracula V gets that kill. Titan going to be started, exposed. The ult going to be just off the mark, I believe, from Dracula V on getting the damage down, and it looks like that's actually going to be Bigatron having to retreat. Their health bar is just not quite good enough to be able to get the Titan.
Dracula V says no to that goal, cast his curse. Yeah, he didn't hear. He's going in. He wants more. He wants some more Kepri, but he doesn't get it. He needs to leave with his team. They need to go back and take advantage of the time. They've got about 30 seconds of solid time where Loyal can't really make a play. They need to go back, buy up. They do have a decent bit of gold available to them in hand. You know, $2 grand for 4 members of their team. And Jimmy Maisie just bought. So this is where they need to go back. But because of that little delay from Dracula V messing around, trying to pad his KD, Loyal can actually start to make something meaningfully look like a defense.
And with the way things are going, it's going to be rough for him. Again, losing 2 Phoenixes is never going to be something that's comfortable for you. And at this point, they're just trying to keep their Titan healthy for when Bigatron inevitably end up breaking into the base again. With the way the fights have been going, it's more than likely going to end up happening. Although right now, they can focus on a little bit, as actually I noticed there's a little bit of a DC there from Little Lover, so I expect a little bit of a pause here coming out. But Dracula V is the player I need to highlight. He's now 6-7, and he has been the one that, if he messes up, the cornerstone of his team kind of falls apart. And that's not to say that if he dies, the rest of it goes away, because Kierup is still big there, sitting 12-2-1 on this Uller, obviously making big plays. But it's just one of those plays where if Dracula V ends up getting knocked out, that's going to take a lot of setup away from the rest of his team. Little Lover won't be able to hit the ult as easily. It might be a little bit harder for Kierup to get all of the damage dumped into one single area. So ultimately, it's going to be up to him. I want to put a lot of focus on him, and honestly, a lot of pressure on him, but right now, it doesn't seem to be his biggest worry, as he's kind of found his stride again.
Yeah, this is no longer just the Dracula V show. Bigatron, X Archipelago have done so well when it comes to actually getting back on track. It's no longer... Okay, early on, I'll make a bit of a correction. Early on, it's the Dracula V show. But afterwards, what happens with the rest of the team? They end up having to immediately start charging in. They get into position, and then they start picking up kills here and there where required. So, for me, it's a really nice journey of growth over the season. It used to just be, can Dracula V carry? But now, the rest of Bigatron are doing a really good job.
And really, with the way that Bigatron has been going, it is hovering back and forth between the two of them as something that they can get going. I mean, at this point, with the way that the game 1 went, right? It was close between the two teams. They took the lead. The way game 2 went, Loyal took a very strong lead early on, and then maybe a little bit shaky sometimes throughout the game, but they were able to close it out. Now, Bigatron is going to be right on time and right on track to continue this pace that they've been going. I mean, looking at, again, at the gold that the things have been going, it's going to be 20,000 gold. Just going to let that one kind of sit in there. 20,000 gold sitting in their lead. And honestly, split among the members, that's going to be quite a few items. And honestly, when you look through the way that their builds have been going, there's some that aren't quite full build yet. I'm mainly looking like Little Lover. He's going to be sitting a little bit behind. He's 3-0-18, but he only has 4 items fully built. But the rest of the team kind of getting their full builds all over the way, everything set up.
All right, apologies for the delay, but now we'll finally be heading back into game here. A bit of an extended pause, but we're in now. Bigatron going to be looking to grab themselves a Portal Demon, and now Loyal, however, have to just sit there and watch. But actually, they can't even watch. They lost their wards there, so they just have to imagine the Portal Demon being taken cleanly by Bigatron. And with that in mind, let's have a look at the build, because we haven't really been able to talk too much about the builds. Of course, mid-season brought along a couple of item changes. Hasten Katana is basically Fatalis, but of course, it's for melee only. Jimmy Mazie has been able to use it to a decent potential, but he's opted to go with the Hide of the Nemean Lion here, possibly as a shot across the bow towards Cammy and Sir Eclipse.
And really, with the way that things have been going and the way that they've been playing, Kierup, has been kind of picking up things. Sir Eclipse is one of those, he's a really strong ADC player, very good, but when he's going up against Kierup, things just haven't been looking as well for him. And again, not 12-2, similar to what we saw on her play in the first game. Kierup, if he finds his stride, finds what he needs, and Sir Eclipse just always ends up getting kind of the root into that, as ultimately it's going to be on their favor.
C gonna drop to Jimmy Mazie, Cammy gonna drop to half, and with that, he has to go back to base. 29 and 10 seconds left on the clock. Finally, Bigatron gonna try and go for the push. They need this. They can't mess around. They need to get the ultimate fully in. They're gonna use it, gonna burn it down, and that's gonna be game. One final push from Bigatron. Maybe lasting a little bit too longer than they wanted, but Loyal. Commiserations to them. They're gonna be dropping out, I do believe.
And that's gonna be probably the roughest saw to be in. Of course, you did work hard on Loyal to get here. And honestly, those weren't necessarily the worst performances that you would see out of a team like that. And honestly, they played very, very well through that. And like we saw in that second game, they were right up there, kind of keeping toe for toe with what was arguably going to, what people would say would be the best team in the league right now. The team that is first seed, the team that is, the strongest coming out of pretty much everything that we have seen. And the team that most of us kind of expected to see, I would say maybe as a stomp, but seeing Loyal keep up that close just shows. I mean, what was Archipelago, now Bigatron, they're being held close. They are still vulnerable and still being able to get taken down.
Yeah, of course. Now, we talked about how close the scene is right now, but we, of course, do have Split 3 coming up, and we do have the full announcement that we teased last week. So, the full details for Split 3 are as follows. $5,000 US dollars in prizing, 50k gems as well, and this is the big one for me. Someone in this league will be going to SWC next year. That is the hypest thing for me, Gore. What is the rank scene gonna do if somehow Dracula V makes Worlds?
I can already hear some players getting mad about it, but honestly, as we've seen from his play, I wouldn't be upset personally. I would love to see a Hades on the big stage again. That'd be like one of those few things. It's kind of like when we get to see like years ago, and I mean the way it's been normally when we get to see this international play, you get those spicy picks. Having a team go in, I expect to see some of those spicy picks come through onto the big screen.
And now, next bit of big news. We do, of course, have relegations coming up after this playoffs. So it's going to be 2 weeks of full open bracket play to get, of course, the people who want to qualify in. That's going to be on August 12th and August 19th. That's open to everyone. So for those of you in chat saying, like, oh, I can beat these guys easy peasy, sign-ups are available on the website, esportsanchor.com. And then, of course, once the qualifiers are done, we'll go into the relegations group play, best of 1 round robin format, and then the top 4 from the qualifiers will go up against the 5th and 6th lowest from Split 2 on the August 26th itself.
And that one's going to be pretty much the standard for relegations. Get the teams that deserve to be in, teams that are qualifying. If they can beat out the teams that were not necessarily performing up to par, they're going to move themselves into the league. And then we'll get to go through the playoff stage, which is going to be really fun as we get to go through the Invitational League. It's going to be an interesting set of paths for those teams. Again, it's going to be not necessarily the easiest path for them, but if we made it easy, then anyone could do it. And we want to make sure that we have the best of the best and the top of the crop here for everyone to watch.
But I like that you use the whole path idea, because we do also have the path to SWC finally laid out for everyone. For those of you who were curious, I know a couple of people were asking on Twitter. So the top 2, of course, from this league, we'll be able to get through top 4 from relegations, and the top 4 from the 4 weeks of best of 3 round robin go through to the top 2 go to the regionals. The bottom 4 go down to the gauntlet, which we are running for the first time. We're running our own bloody gauntlet, and then the winner of the finals from the gauntlet qualifiers move through to face the bottom 4 from the league. Top 2 from the gauntlet go through to the regionals to face up against the top 2 from the league itself prior, and whoever wins there is going to a LAN finals to determine who goes to SWC.
And at that point, you're on the World Championship stage, you have a team there ready, and honestly, we don't know who else is going to make it there, we don't know who's going to make it there from here, but no matter what, we're going to have pretty much, I mean, the most competitive that we could have, making sure to bring the top team, and as you can see through the layout, we are going to get the top team. We are going to seed these guys till they cannot play anymore, or until they have proven that they are the best, and that is going to be probably the roughest path for them, but at this point, the commitment's going to be strong, and honestly, I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to what the players can bring out as we see them adapt to these changes, and hopefully somebody knows how to can figure out how to exactly deal with Dracula V's Hades. As we just saw in that last game, we saw it take advantage of it. It's been happening for a few weeks. Someone's going to be able to figure that one out.
So, for those of you who want full-on details, just a little side note before we cut to break, we will have a full article up on the Esports Anchor website, so please, if you're curious about the specifics, it's going to be on our website, and then eventually it's going to be on the High-Res Esports website itself, so if you want full details, go there. So with that, we're going to cut to break, get the next game set up, have a quick rest for the casters, and then we'll be right back in a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere.
That means you're extra, extraordinary.
Welcome back, everyone. Time for the second and final set of the day. First, we had the first and fourth placed seeds battling it out. Now it's going to be the second and third place seeds battling it out. Get on my level versus Team Viral.
And this is one of those sets people honestly expect this one to be a little bit closer, although you can't get much closer than going to a game 3 the way that we saw for the first set, and kind of being able to sit here and watch the way that they're going. There's a lot of potential. Both of these teams have had shining bright moments, and both of these teams have had moments where it's been a little bit shakier for them. So it's really going to be up to them, honestly, to see how it fits where it goes. But really,
especially Viral, man. Viral has had a bit of a turbulent time this split. They went from winning the Split 1 playoffs to having a dominant first couple of weeks, then not having a great performance, then having a competitive ruling against them, which docked 3 points, and then they were back on the rise coming into the playoffs. And even though they are the third seed in the split, they are still on a hot streak right now, I'd say. So let's see how well that actually translates into game, as we're going to see the picks and bans come through. First pick is going to be Hubwa.
this is the same thing I'm going to think that I saw from when I saw the first game this morning, which was, what are they thinking of? And then when it comes down to it, I'll just let them play what they play and see how they handle it as they go through with it. Because, again, I was saying the same thing about Dracula V, but when it comes down to it, Hubwa does have some good things going for him, and that is that he is just damage machine. He will kill you faster than you can think about the fact that he's killing you. You won't be able to react fast enough, and honestly, that's the way it worked. Depending on how this goes, we might actually get to see a Morgan as well, which does have a lot of good combo potential, because, I mean, what's better than one Burst Mage? There's going to be two Burst Mage, because as it stands after that, Ganesh, Soul, and Bologna all going to be locked in. Get on my level, the player, not the team, loves Bologna, and I'm not too surprised to see that one come out.
Yeah, and little side note, so we were talking a couple of weeks ago about how the one noob changed his name to the one ridiculed. You may notice that Facey Ray is now on Get On My Level. That is Face. He decided to change his name, so thank you for that. I most sincerely appreciate that as someone who is absolutely excellent with names. Now, Team Viral, however, going to be picking up a somewhat more common name these days, the Chiron, but the Bacchus pick from Get On My Level intrigues me even more. Get On My Level, with their first 3 drafts, is hyper aggro.
And honestly, I feel like what we're seeing is somewhat comfort picks. Other than the Hobwall, which I haven't seen them play too often, I'm used to seeing the Bacchus get picked up, not necessarily over some of the other supports, but I mean, you know, you have the Fafnir gone, you don't really want to go for the Ganesh, you're like, what can we do to deal with this? Let's go for the Bacchus. We go ahead and grab that one up, and that just seems to be the way Get On My Level tend to respond to that. And the Bologna, again, the comfort pick for the player going to the solo lane, that's just nothing too surprising. On the other side, though, we see Viral picking up things that they are set pretty much to get the kill. I mean, Ganesh, Chiron, Sol, Wukong, all of them are going to be, you know, considered top in their lanes, and all of them are going to be able to do a lot. And even though Chiron isn't maybe the top of the ADC pool, he's still going to be very strong there. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we actually saw Sol go over to that dual lane, see the Chiron in the mid lane, but that's going to be really up to Viral on how they want to run this one.
So, adding on to the aggro style is going to be the Poseidon, but the Artemis as well from Get On My Level. That is a lot of late game punch for Get On My Level, who already was stacking towards that direction. And picking a Fenrir into a Poseidon plus Hubwa is kinda suspect for me. I don't get why they would pick a character that relies on mobility so much when you're going up against so much burst and cripple.
The one thing I can think is that Raccoon Zero was very, very good at playing on this Fenrir before. We've seen him do a lot when it comes down to it and doing a lot of work for his team. On the other side, though, Facey Ray has done pretty much the same thing for Get On My Level, taking this Habwa into the jungle, which is what we're going to be seeing done today. And it's going to be another interesting, again, this one goes back and forth depending on the farm you can get. And Fenrir, he could do a lot of work against the Hobble, but like you said, when it comes down to it, he's still a burst mage, and if he can kill you faster than you can kill him, then he's going to be able to get the lead here. So that's going to be kind of the jungle matchup for the game.
So there is a little bit of flexibility with Face. He has played mid, he has played solo, he's played almost every role for Get On My Level as a sub at one point or another, but he's been gravitating more towards the jungle, so this is, of course, going to be the jungle Hubwa. The matchup for Fenrir and versus Hubwa, the Burst Mage Assassin one, for me is super interesting. Because if the Brutalize lands, and if you can't kill Hubwa fast enough, he just turns around while you're attacking his shins and just bursts you to death. But if you can hit the stun first, then get the damage laid in while he's dazed, the Fenrir is going to be in a world of hurt, just like right now, where Raccoon Zero loses half his HP to a rotation from Get On My Level.
Not only that, but had to burn that Aegis very early on. This is one that's an interesting start, and I feel like Get On My Level has done that pretty much every single week of the split, where they've given us something that is just unique, that you wouldn't really expect. And that's having, you know, the support start in the solo lane, farm a little bit, just trying to keep Ridicule here in check. The rest of them going into the mid lane, trying to do it, and poor Maker White stuck to just farm by himself, a lonely Artemis over there on the left-hand side. But with the Bumba's mask he has, he's keeping up in level. And really, it's just the way that the game is being played for Get On My Level. They're doing it uniquely, and they're getting themselves ahead because of it. And even though they didn't get the first blood, getting the Aegis off of Raccoon Zero kind of opens them up to get more aggressive in the mid lane again.
Yeah, being able to get the Aegis off makes him a little bit more vulnerable, of course, so he has to play back. So maybe that's where they can go, but of course you are still dealing with characters that can get around you quite quickly. Of course, Fenrir, even without an Aegis, can still be quite survivable with 2 leaps at his disposal. Admittedly, one of them's quite a short-range leap, you know, but it will allow you to still get through structures, get over obstacles if they're thin enough. The Brutalize is the main escape, but a lot of Fenrirs like to save the Brutalize for initiation, so Raccoon Zero, for the next 75 seconds, has a couple of hard choices to make on how he chooses to engage, if he even chooses to engage at all.
The one thing that's a big pickup, though, and we were kind of harping on it, you know, it's a big mobility when really he's just going to get burst down. He does still have that ability to get away, but the big thing that picks me up is the fact that since he's on this Fenrir, there are 2 very low mobility mages on the other side. Even though they're burst, even though you can get killed very fast, all he has to do is grab one of them, and they are stuck there. They do not have the way to get out of there. Speaking of not having a way to get out of there, Get On My Level right now is a little bit low trying to fight up against Ridicule. Honestly, with how comfortable he is and how much he favors this Bologna, Ridicule being able to kind of take advantage of this lane, even though he's not able to get the kill, it's going to be enough to just kind of show that Get On My Level's not in a good enough position that we see, you know, like Dracula V in the last game. He's not far enough ahead. He's not in a position to just make these rotations like he wants to for his team.
But to give a little credit to Get On My Level, the player, not a lot of people play as risky as Dracula V does. You know, Get On My Level is a much more traditional player in a lot of sensibilities. You know, he plays the Bologna, he will, you know, do a bit of, 10k fake damage early on and then rotate round. Much more traditional, and it works more consistently. Dracula V's play can be a lot more hot and cold. And we'll see here now, even getting my level of player, he will probably try and rotate around to the fight where he can, but otherwise keep in his lane. Raccoon Zero wishes that he had the rotation from his own teammate soon because he took quite a bit of damage, has to retreat.
All right, now Facey Ray going to be coming around. Ashu looking for something, but get on my level. Like you had said during picks and bans, they have a very aggressive comp, yet it seems like they haven't been able to play the way they want to. Although Facey Ray has been getting the damage he wants to, he's been poking left and right, but they haven't been able to pick up a kill just yet. And 4 minutes in with a comp like this, even though it does kind of favor late game, the later it goes, the harder they'll hit. Normally they would be able to find a kill by now just from picking someone off guard or finding someone who's like not quite fully prepared for it, but they're getting the farm that they need, and that's all that's really going to matter to them. Small lead, but all it's going to take, actually this small lead is in favor of Viral right now, who got their ults, and Trevor Lowe, he's gone.
He's going to be sitting down low, 6 foot low, actually. Going to be sat there for a little while, can't help out in the fight. And now Ashu going to have to waddle away, but of course he does have the extra mitigations from being completely off his backside on wine, so that's going to allow him to get away with not too much concern for having to down any more drinks, that of course being potions. And now mid lane, Raccoon Zero did get a little bit angry at Facey Ray, but now that with Ashu hanging around, won't be able to really do too much there. But so far, this has been a much more quiet game. Both teams respecting each other a lot more. Respect seems to be a big keyword. Last set, wasn't too much respect shown by either team. This game, a lot more of it.
All right, now get on my level, though. Going to get 2v1 a little bit away from death, but Raccoon Zero, again, like you said, the respect coming out. He knows that that's not the right play to make. He knows the turnaround potential of the team, and he knows that going on to get on my level there would have been his death. Falls back. We only have 1 kill in the 5 minutes, but they have been fighting, not necessarily non-stop, but you're just showing they're getting the feel for each other, trying to figure this one out and get it going. Again, it's a best of 3, but this first game kind of sets the pace, because once you lose, going into the second game, you're a little bit worse. You're a little bit worse for wear. You're demoralized, and you might not be thinking quite as clearly, especially depending on the tilt of your team. And speaking of tilt of your team, on my level, a nice ult. Gonna get him out of there.
Yeah, there's no way the decoy is killing him. It does share percentage damage, but I mean, we're not going to see a decoy kill. We have seen a decoy kill in the past. I think that was week 4, but we're not going to see it at this point. The teams are going to be playing way too carefully and on their game to actually allow something like that to happen. Although, to be fair, we did see some fairly high shenanigans last set, so everything isn't necessarily off the table quite yet. But so far, the game has been fairly quiet in terms of damage. Let's look more towards farm instead to see how things are going. And so far, I would say that Viral's been able to pip ahead just by a bit, though.
And that just a bit, that you can see, like, if you look at the graphs, if you look at the numbers, pretty much first blood gold. It's a little bit more, and now it's going to actually be a lot more, as they just picked up a gold fairy for free. Trevor Logan dropped that Kraken down, but just too late there. Now they're going to be able to escalate a little bit ahead. Now they're going to be looking for more as they go through. Raccoon Zero going to try and pick up Trevor Lowe, looking for anything he can find, but ultimately doesn't look like there's going to be another kill.
Yeah. Facey Ray still hanging around. Raccoon Zero now going to try and get away from the jump. They're just having to get a level. Ashu now going to jump in himself. Raccoon Zero intoxicated. Somehow still trying to get away. The Scourge doesn't actually end up killing him. He gets away with about 10 HP. Again, people still getting away when they probably shouldn't. Now Facey Ray's going to do it. Get on my level. Doesn't have an ultimate. This could be the first fatality of this fight. No, Chiron isn't able to hit him. Masterful shot. There we go. It takes an auto-tracking ability to finally get someone killed. But finally we get a kill and buy one, get one free. Viral will get 2 more to the tally.
And the big thing there is going to be the fact that now that they've picked up those 2 kills, sitting up 3-0, but with that Gold Fury, now they have a relatively solid lead, sitting about 1,000 gold ahead. 7 minutes into the match, that's going to be enough to at least get them comfortable. They have a little extra gold for wards, and as you can see, they're spending that wisely. They've got vision all across the map at the key points that you really need. And Shiz making that rotation the way he did, going to be allowing him to get ahead of this Artemis. And now he's getting to the point where he's going to shine bright. Level 10 is going to be very good. 10 to 15 is like great for Chiron. As long as he can keep ahead of Maker White here, this Artemis isn't going to have much to do.
Yeah, especially these days, the carries don't rotate too much. Especially the the more rotation-heavy carries. You'll very rarely see the hunters move out of the solo lane out of the duo lane, even though it kind of acts like a solo lane, for too long. But we can even see here, because of the way these fights are happening, Shiz is afforded a little bit more freedom because he's able to push more efficiently than the Artemis can, help in the fight, and then get back quicker because he has that dash.
Now we're just going backward towards where, I mean, Get on My Level at this point have a lot of work to do, and some of that work is going to be in their farming right now. Even though they've been doing good rotations, they've been splitting efficiently, they just haven't been able to keep up with where Viral is. And as it goes forward, and actually as they fight Ridicule with this big rotation, they're going to be looking to lose this Facey Ray. Going to get hit in the face and taken down. Get on My Level following soon after. And what was now 3-0 is looking to possibly go up to 6-0, but it's sitting definitely at a 5-0 here in the lead of Viral. You don't seem too worried about this Tier 1 tower at all.
Travollo now can only really help so much. He's got the Kraken available, but Racken Zero immediately Aegis it. Now Get on My Level, caught between a rock and a hard place, are going to fall yet again. 4 kills staggered for Viral, but it's 4 kills nonetheless. And now with Tier 1 down, they set their sights on a probable Tier 2.
Being able to push down. They have the full minion wave here. They do have a couple of responses coming up towards them. We do have Facey Ray back from the grave, as well as Get on My Level. But the last time they tried to defend it didn't go as well for them, although the Tier 2 tower does a nice bit of damage that might make a little bit of a difference. And really, when it comes down to it, that's going to be the big playmaker right there. 4 more kills picked up for Viral like it's nothing. The Tier 1 in the right-hand lane as well, giving them a little bit of an advantage so they can get a little bit deeper in that jungle there and still be safe. And overall, that's going to be opening up because now it's 950. The Fire Giant and Portal Demon both about to spawn for the first time here on the right-hand side of the map. And that's going to open up a lot for the team, especially with the lead that they've been able to cultivate.
Yeah, that will give them more options after a win in a fight. But of course, that particular blade is double-edged. That will allow Get on My Level to start pulling this back off a good fight if they have a couple of troops near the Fire Giant pit. And if they have 2 different sizes of meal, do they want to go for the smaller Portal Demon? Or if they get a really good fight, do they want to go for the full buffet that is a pre-50-minute Fire Giant, potentially, if they get one good fight? Because Get on My Level, one thing they do have in spades is damage. And I thoroughly think that if Viral were to be wiped down to like 1 dude, Get on My Level could absolutely take Fire Giant with their composition.
But we also might end up in a place where we saw Loyal in the last game, where it's just like they fight really hard, they finally win one, and then they're too low a level to actually take the Fire Giant. They're not in a good enough spot. They don't have the damage to do it. And even if they get a 4-man wipe sitting at the levels they are right now, there's not a lot of damage for Get on My Level to try and burst that thing down. And even if they can tank it successfully, which a lot of teams have some trouble doing, they're still going to put themselves at a, not necessarily a disadvantage, but depending on the respawn timers for Viral, could be a little shaky of a decision, but they have to win a fight for that to go their way. As it stands right now, no kills on the board, nothing really going their way so far. Gold Fury about to respawn, and I think that's going to be their next big opening to try and get a fight off of Viral if they want to go for it. But Viral has the timer on that, and they are already collapsing.
Yeah, Viral are going to be able to secure the area. Travolta going to be the first intruder, and he's going to be the first person evicted from the Big Brother fight. Travolta going to drop, and Asher going to follow suit because the master shot, or the masterful shot, does about almost a third of his HP in one go if you have that many protections taken off of you. Gold Fury now is in still a good position, but look at Viral. They aren't immediately going to go for it to finish. I believe that was actually taken by Viral, if I'm not mistaken. No,
was able to pick that one up.
Oh, nice job by them. Get on My Level able to grab it. And now Get on My Level need to evacuate as fast as they possibly can.
And now they're looking for the fight. Get on My Level getting aggressive where he can find it. Shiz is low, but with the rest of the team right here, Get on My Level not in a great position. The slow is going to be good. The damage looking to be just as good as well, following up. A couple hits away. Raccoon Zero going to join the fray. Even with the Whirlpool, that's not going to be enough. That's going to be another kill. And Asher, you can get aggressive all you want. You don't have a team behind you. Trevor Lowe, the only one left alive, and he is a level 9 Poseidon. He is not fighting into those level 12s.
That is going to be a bit of a risky proposition, so you might as well just back off. You'll lose one person, but don't lose more than that. And that's a concept which teams are getting a lot better at. Early on in Southeast Asia, there was some problems with teams not getting a handle on this. And it's the idea, Gore, of overextending or giving the enemy the rope to hang you with, as I like to call it. Okay, you'll lose one person. Don't try and get bloodthirsty, valorous vengeance. Just move back, hold the L in that fight, and don't give the enemy more gold and XP and map positioning to work with.
And really, when it comes down to it right now, the way that Get on My Level has been playing, they want to play aggressive. You can feel it. But when your aggression comp doesn't work out and you don't get aggressive and you don't get the kills you need early on, that first blood, that Aegis on that Fenrir that saved that, really kind of helps spell the difference because they haven't been able to do what they wanted. Portal Demon now going to be low. Asher going to get taken out because of it. And it looks like Viral might be able to clean it up if they want to. Portal Demon going to be going down, going to get picked up there. And it's going to go the way of Get On My Level, but they're going to lose 2 players because of it.
Yep, now Maker White has to... Well, actually, Get On My Level's the one who has to jump over the wall here. And now, maybe Viral are able to actually grab a tower here. They were out a good roll with tower taking for a little while, but now they've kind of been stalled out by Get On My Level. They weren't able to really go for anything, but now finally they have another tower in their grasp and another bit of map positioning opened up for them. And for Viral as a team, that is very critical for them, because as a team, holistically, they really enjoy moving through the maps a long way, almost like a migrant style, just like nomadically walking over to gank someone. They don't do too many short ganks.
Yeah, they do kind of keep themselves together, and overall, I think the big thing that's kind of happened so far for Get On My Level in terms of responding to that would just be the fact that Maker White was finally able to get a solo kill over there. He was finally able to take out Shiz, which is going to be good for him, although still for his team, it's not the best thing ever. Maker White has had pretty much 0 impact until that kill, whereas on the other side, you look at Shiz on this Chiron. He's got 2 kills, 3 assists. He's been over there, and like you've called out, masterful shot, getting the damage down. He's made these rotations and at least helped his team. And when it comes down to it, that's exactly what you expect to see. Again, he's going to shine for these next few levels. Maker White is really just waiting patiently for that late game to come up. He needs a little bit more attack speed. Once he has that, his boxing potential goes out the roof. And depending on the way he decides to build this, he's going to be the perfect tower killer, but his team not in a good position to be a tower killer. He can't do much for it. He has to be the damage. He needs to be in these fights, but there's nothing really for him to do just yet.
Yeah, he has to just sit and farm and wait for the rest of his team to either get a good position opened up for him to actually get to work smashing a tower via a good fight, or late enough into the game where he doesn't care. He's an Artemis. He can just blow you up anyway. But with that in mind, we don't see too much penetration yet from Maker White. He understands that maybe he's not going to be going for a Titan's Bane early on for tower killing because Get On My Level as a team aren't going for too many towers right now. Of course, you do need penetration, and he's going for the Ichabod, but that's flat pen. That's going to be good for fighting here and there and spiking his power even higher in the 1v1s and 1v2s he's having frequently right now.
And actually, speaking of a 1v1, trying to go for it and doing whatever he can. But Raccoon Zero's in the neighborhood. The Tusky going to be coming out just in time. Actually might get enough to kind of return the damage down from the tower. One shot's going to be able to get it, and Facey Ray with the rotation going to be able to do it. But they trade 1 for 1 right now. Jungle for ADC, and honestly, I'm going to say it's a little bit more worth overall for Get On My Level just because of how nice it is to get that like level bounty onto Raccoon Zero. But as it stands right now, they're still falling behind. Facey Ray going to die because of it. And now the rest of the team not in a good position to follow up Bashu and stuck in a middle of a hard place. And he's not making it out of this one.
Have some wine, he says, if I'm going to die, at least celebrate my death. But, that's an ultimate gone now, so not great for them. What happens next is very important for Viral, because they do have a couple of people alive, they're pushing through. But do they make the call to go for the Fire Giant, or do they keep demolishing towers? You can see one Ridicule in the solo lane right now, just kind of distracting 2 members of Get On My Level by himself. And he might even end up killing Get On My Level the player if he's not careful.
He's looking for the aggression.
Wow.
Does get the kill. Actually might be able to continue boxing Trevor low. He's going to get the knockout through the Oxworm, although I think he's just trying to push down this wave. Tier 1 on the left-hand lane did fall. Now Gold Fury going to fall as well. Viral this time uncontested for the second time in this match. They got the first one that way as well. And now looking to try and maintain the lead they had. They take a convincing fight. They get all 3 Tier 1s are down, and they're getting a good push through those Tier 2s. Not necessarily going to be able to get some tower damage on it, but the minion waves are pushed up, the jungle is exposed, and they have a nice control of the map.
Yeah, and that control of the map confers to them several things. One, they can keep Maker White off balance. If they can consistently keep harassing him, Gore, the Artemis can't farm quietly, because the duo lane's been fairly quiet outside of the tower being, the Tier 1 on Get On My Level side of the map being taken. It's mostly just been Shiz and Maker White farm up, with more solo farming from Maker White because of his team being behind, and more rotations from Shiz because his team can afford it.
Now, with the way things are going, 17 kills to 18 minutes into the game. Viral going to be looking to potentially find their end game here. This is still kind of open, even though Get On My Level is very far behind. It's mainly the items that's going to make the big difference in.
Gang?
They get a Fire Giant. That kind of evens things out. And really, with the way it's been going, they might be able to find it or at least steal it away. Honestly, Ashu on this Bacchus and Facey Ray with the Habwa are perfect for stealing objectives.
Now, Get On My Level, the team, not the player, rotated around to help Get On My Level the player, not the team. But maybe instead they could have sent one person and then sent the rest of them to go take something, because Viral dedicated all of their troops there, and now we see why, because they can back up as a whole group and take the Portal Demon with not too much contention, because with an overthrow Noctis, boy, Get On My Level can't really do anything except die. Kraken, though, gonna push his down a half health, shield gonna be used. Ultimate deploy, Sagittarius, not going to do massive amounts of damage, but it doesn't matter because the rest of the team is there to help clear up. One ridiculed, eliminate Trevorlo. Facey Ray uses the ultimate to actually extinguish the soul. Rampage going to go join one of his teammates in the penalty box. 2 for 2 trade so far. Make that 3 for 2. Viral, eliminate the support.
And now they're going to continue their aggression. Maker White, again, over on the left-hand lane, trying to push wherever he can, but Fire Giant is open and exposed. Facey Ray, too low to do anything, doesn't have an ult, can't really come fight into this one. Should be a clean pickup here for Viral. 4 kills to 20 on the other side, just trying to channel their inner Snoop Dogg here for the teams. And they are, I mean, they're ready to go for it at this point. Viral, with that, they have been the tower aggressors. They have been the ones who have been able to lay claim to the map. Fire Giant on 4 of the members, and one of them being one of their tower pushers here on the Chiron. They do have a good advantage, and with the way the fights have been going, that's just going to put them even further in the lead. Rampage, unfortunately, is going to be stuck without it, but with the way he's playing at 8-1-8, I'm not sure he's too upset about that.
Yeah, 8-1-8 is a great position for a Soul to be at, especially for Rampage. Rampage is a mid laner who loves to roll over people. And being 8-1-8 when your team already is having a good roll of it in the match, or a good time of it in the match, that gives him so much freedom, especially with a Soul who, by default, is a pretty evasive character. That gives Rampage so much freedom to do what he wants in fights. Does he want to burn the Sunstrike early to maybe damage Facey Ray or Trevorlo? Or maybe even try and burn Maker White? Does he want to save it as a get away from me measure? Does he want to use the Separate to make a wall of fire? Or is he going to keep it as a purely evasive function? Rampage has so many options open to him because his front line is so stable.
Unfortunately, it doesn't look like it's going to be enough. It's actually Maker White going to be able to pick up Raccoon Zero. They might be able to turn this one around. Shiz taking a worse for wear boxing right there. Trevorlo not going to be able to hit him with the Kraken, but is going to chase him down. Not to get the kill, though. He's going to end up falling. Maker White now a couple hits from death. Going to be picked up. Rampage going to be able to turn that one around. They lose Raccoon Zero. They pick up 2 of the strongest, hardest hitting damage dealers they have. Over there, Ashu and Facey Ray going to be chasing down Ridiculed, but Ridicule doesn't care right now. He's in the jungle. He's going to be doing a little bit of poke. He's doing the Wukong thing. He is the biggest nuisance that they have to deal with, and it doesn't seem like Get On My Level are prepared to deal with it. They lose the tier 2 tower in the left-hand lane, now looking like they might lose the tier 2 tower in the mid. Is Get On My Level is getting aggressive.
Get On My Level, the player comes in, rest of the team now gonna immediately follow up. Oh, no silences. Crushing wave, gonna crush Shiz. The follow-up from Get On My Level has to hit the backliners. They has to hit Rampage. They have to ignore the 2 tanks for the time being, because if Rampage is left alive, he can do so much damage. There we go! That's what Get On My Level needed. They eliminate Rampage, and now they just have to try and clean up the supports. But Raccoon Zero now jumps right back in, eliminates the solo laner. Now the big bludgeon to amplify damage isn't available. Facey Ray doesn't have any mana. He immediately falls. Let's see if this ultimate from Raccoon Zero is better than the one he did last time in the left lane. Ashu is going to be far enough away from the Ragnarok, but it doesn't even matter because have a brutalized, good sir. 4 for 2 reads the trade for Viral.
Now Trevor Lowe still getting aggressed on. We're going to see Tusky come out, going to stun out Ridiculed, who's going to get taken down. Maker White credit for the kill. Trevor Lowe dumping his full kit in order to confirm his life, but he stays alive. That's the important point. Noctis Boy, the only person left on Viral with a Fire Giant buff. It's going to be wearing off in about a minute, 2 minutes until Fire Giant respawns for either of these teams. But the Gold Fury is up, and it looks like that's going to be their call overall on this side. Raccoon Zero going to be kind of dealing the damage for it. It's going to be a slow burn. But with the way Get On My Level's replying to it, there's no big worry for them. And ultimately, it's going to be another pickup for Viral here as they still have 5 towers standing. They still have a huge lead. Now actually extending that lead is going to be going up to 9,300. And they have a decent 9K experience lead as well. So not untouchable, not unbreakable, but definitely comfortable.
Yeah, and that comfort bestows certain benefits. Viral, of course, now can start really getting choosy with who they pick in fights. You know, a lot of these fights have been decently lengthy, to say the least, right? But
yeah,
those extensions have been points to where Raku and Zero, and to an extent Noctis Poi, have been able to sit, wait, okay, charge and CC this person, wait, charge and CC that person. And that kind of freedom then allows Shiz and Rampage, the 2 hypercarries for the team, to then have a buffet of people to murder, with, of course, the one ridiculed basically doing his job and being a ginormous nuisance.
With the way that Viral's been playing, though, even, I mean, ridiculed, like you said, just being the nuisance, has a good point. He's been 17 of the 25 kills. He's been able to be there and honestly cause disruptions. Even when he wasn't in the team fight, he is over there making sure that someone on Get On My Level is distracted and they're not there as well. And as it stands right now, Astro actually going to look to get burst away, but the burst kind of turning around. Noctis Poi is low. The Kraken was good. The pillars are down. They're looking for the kill. Tusky is going to come out, not stunning anybody, runs to attack the Portal Demon. Unfortunately for Maker White, it's not going to be perfect for them as they get aggressive, and overall, it's going to be big as Raku and Zero picks someone up, and that's going to be the first blood on to Get On My Level.
And with that bit of a chaotic start to the fight, now Viral gets the first blood. Who's the next target? It's going to be Trevorlo, who, oh dear, Journey to the West is going to get cut quite short there. Rest of Get On My Level can't assist in any way. There's no one really that has an actual stealing ultimate. Even the Kraken's fairly short range, versus Viral, who have the long-range ultimate from Chiron, plus a CC immune Fenrir who can run in and try and bite down the Portal Demon, so Viral can take that relatively for free. Fire Giant's next on the menu, and they can grab it because everyone could just funnel right back from Titan Room to the portal, and Get On My Level now have to be thinking about their next options for defense, because there's no way they're defending these tier 2 towers without significant casualties.
Fenrir just showing that being a good dog at this point. Raku and Zero is the one that has been not necessarily leading the way. He was only 7-3 and 11, but he is doing a lot for the team. 10-2 and 11 was the mid lane, and unfortunately, because again, wouldn't be Thursday without technical difficulties, I am being told that we do not have access to the end of the game, but as you saw, the Fire Giant spilled at the very tail end there, if you caught that. And with the lead Viral have, I think it's a safe bet to say they probably win.
So we're gonna go confer and find out. Okay, so we are being informed that Viral was able to take that game. So we are gonna go now, get the next game set up, and hopefully we don't have that happen this time. Today's just been an absolutely wonderful day for day 1 of the playoffs here at Southeast Asia. Please don't go anywhere. Bloody hell. Hello there, everyone. Welcome back. We severely apologize we weren't able to bring you the end of that first game, but now we're going to go into the second of this best of 3. Viral 1-0 up.
Yeah, unfortunately, we didn't get to see them actually close out the game, but I imagine it went something like, hey, we just got Fire Giant, hey, we just want to fight, hey, we took a Phoenix, hey, we take the Titan. Viral really being able to close that one out. Honestly, no problem. They had a lead for a majority of the game, so while it is disappointing, it's not too surprising, and now leading 1 up over Get On My Level again. A best of 3, Get On My Level have to win 2 in a row now in order to make this work. Viral, though, have the advantage. They have to just win 1 more game, and they will be sitting pretty for tomorrow.
Now, of course, this is the semi-final. This isn't the full-on shebang. Teams are playing to try and get themselves into a prime position to make their way for the 50k gems on the line for this finals. Of course, there is the 5 grand in split 3, but for this one, it's 50k gems. Hubwa, excuse me, going to be picked up for Get On My Level. I always end up holding between Hubwa and Hebo. There's always a big argument about that.
It's just one of those things. I know the proper pronunciation is Hubwa, but it says Hebo. It says Hebo right there. I think you can interchange it. It's either way, but we get to see it first pick. That's 3 times today that Hebo has been in the top pick.
I mean, the buffs to him, it may seem minor. Oh, it's a little bit of recovery time chopped off the end of his water cannon. But that combined with some of the meta changes to do with some of the items being made a bit cheaper, the less presence of Fatalis on everyone in the game gives Hebo a bit more freedom to move around in this water carpet. It's a lot more favorable for Hebo to be Rand.
Yeah, and honestly, with the damage he can have, and the way that we saw it played, not necessarily last game, but earlier on, it can work really well. We saw Dracula V kind of make it work for the solo lane. Did not work quite as well in the jungle last game for Get On My Level as they would have liked. But as it stands right now, that's not going to be their big worry. They're going to run that one back. They see the Soul Terra on one side and grab Chiron this time to take it away from Viral, but they grab the Bacchus again, putting that one back onto Ashu.
Yeah, Ashu getting onto him. He had a decent time early on, I'd say, with the Bacchus. He was able to influence some fights with the Intoxicate, but then later on, Get On My Level started fragmenting a bit in their cohesiveness. There was 1 or 2 points where he was just getting picked off on his own, and he only had the enemy team to share his wine with, you know, no friends nearby. But the Morrigan being banned out by Viral. First time we've really seen the Morrigan banned out, if I'm not mistaken. Morrigan is a character who can either win your match due to her sheer flexibility and utility, or if not played well, can crash and burn horrendously.
And I think that's the key. Right now, Morrigan is probably the #1. And we've been saying it like for months now, going back and forth, where it's just like, if you can play the Morrigan, you will win your team games. You will be the sole reason that your team is able to make it, maybe in this case, to Worlds as we go into the next splitter, as things go in the future for other teams in Europe and North America. She is going to be the cornerstone that things can be built on, but you have to be able to play her properly, and if you can't do that, that's when things start to get shaky. And it seems like Viral, instead of wanting to pick it up, going to get rid of it, take it away from Get On My Level. Wukong locked in, but that one's a Nox.
There are big Noxes. This is feeling a little bit Season 3, in my opinion. You know, Nox, Bacchus, Chiron, minus the Hubwa, Bologna. This is feeling real Season 3. Yeah, where the hell's Hubwa come from? The heavy CC from Get On My Level. Oh my god, Jesus Christ, Season 0. That was like way back when F-Dot was
way
casting.
back in the day.
Yeah, the whole heavy CC that this composition is bringing for Get On My Level. A Bastet now from Team Viral. We are real Season 3 now. Bastet is going to be a huge crux now for Viral. This changes Viral's game plan completely. They have to really rail on Nox early game. Of course, I imagine if this Nox is going to be going mid, because of course Hubwa's going to face it. Yes, no surprises here. That is going to be that. But something that is a bit of a surprise here, there is a substitution. Maker White was not able to actually get into the game due to the server restart nonsense. So Bling Bling Shan has had to step into the Hunter role for Get On My Level.
And it's going to be an interesting play, of course, going to fill in, and right now with the way that they're starting, looks like it's going to be pretty much the same way we saw what Maker White do last game. But with the Chiron, more than likely looking to try and emulate what we saw Viral do last game, having those rotations and having them be a little bit more impactful overall as a game and as a player than what we saw out of Maker White.
Now, of course, Chiron did receive a couple of buffs in a recent patch, which allows his wand or trading exercise to mark a lot of enemies. Combine that with some of the other buffs, it makes him a lot more powerful in lane. Against a Rom can keep up decently with clear, but of course he needs the arrows to work with. Mid lane is going to be looking for maybe some level of shenanigans as we get a little bit further in. Things are still decently calm, and I like that both teams are playing a bit more reserved. There's no tilt from either team, at least immediately.
And with the way that things have been going, mainly for Viral, they're more than likely looking for that early aggression, especially with a Bastet here. And this is going to be the one that kind of picks me out. I mean, we were making fun of it, but yeah, we saw, I mean, even last season, Eager was pulling this out. DJ Pernicus was the one who would kind of play it. And this kind of fits a little bit with the way Viral wants to play. It's going to give them early game aggression. You can get some kills early on, get your teammates ahead. And then when you start to fall off, okay, well, now I'm going to be looking at objectives. I'm going to drop my cat so they can tank for us. We can get an early Gold Fury, maybe try to take this Portal Demon without anyone knowing. And then eventually, when that starts to fall away, you're like, all right, even though they don't remove the backdoor protection, we're going to use them as tanks for the towers so we can try to get some poke down. And the way it's looking, Bling Bling Shan running away, a couple hits away, Root and Shiz first blood.
The Wrath of Terror being shown off nicely. No, not the actual Wrath of Terror, more the Roots and CC combined with the heavy utility that a Terror can bring. No, Sylvanas is not in here. Now, in all seriousness, Terra Rom is a terrifying lane opponent, especially if you're left on your own. Because if you try and run away, you get rooted, and that route is very easy to confirm if you're close to dashing, because it's a huge circle, and all of that circle will root you.
Yeah, and that's going to be one of the things when it comes down to it. A lot of people, so you think of that and you think, okay, well, Terra has a heal. That's what makes her good. And it's like, well, no, her ult is really going to be the one that you're looking at for the heal. That 3 is used as a root, and occasionally as a pillar block if they throw it up in the right place. Noctis Boy is one of those players that does know where it comes up. Potentially could use that for body blocks as the game goes on, but that's going to be the root. That's going to be the damage as well. And honestly, people tend to underestimate what that Terra can pump out. But when, like you said, combined with a Rom, combined with a Soul coming from the mid lane, or maybe even a Bastet coming out of the jungle, you can shred people really fast with the combos.
Yeah. The cats as well, of course, provide the obnoxious effect of the potential triangle-shaped body block. Is the worst feeling in Smite, but apart from maybe getting murdered by a Loki who teleports across the map with that bug. All right, I'm going to get away from the cats. They're following me, they're catching up, and I'm blocked. Is the worst. Speaking of blocking, Face going to get blocked in lane a little bit by Noctis Poi. Noctis Poi, of course, has been refining his gameplay as much as he's refining his meme game on Twitter, but he, of course, needs someone to back him up a lot. He plays a lot of supports that are very support-focused. He doesn't play too many carry supports. You know, he'll play his signature Amaterasu. He'll play his Terrors. He'll occasionally play the Kepri or the Ganesh. And we'll see here now, Rakan Zero going to be going in here, pops the cat to see if he gets it.
He's going to be going deep, looking for the kill. The cats are still going to be running, but they're not going to be able to do the damage that they need. Not going to be able to find the kill. But you're seeing the deadliness that is going to be Bastet at this point. What is going to be going on is that kind of kill, that kind of dump, that kind of damage is what Raccoon Zero is going for. And honestly, combined with the Nox or the soul damage here, it should be good. On the other side, Trevorlow is going to be facing, I want to say, one of the most interesting trials, and that's just trying to play Nox right now.
Yeah, Nox in this current situation is going to be all great, but not as great as Bling Bling Shan's position. Rooted, blocked by the pillar, has to go into Sagittarius to save his life. 1 shot, 2 shot, 3rd shot going to execute. No, he had to kill someone to get the resurrect. Shiz is able to get away and just laugh spam his way to victory, so Bling Bling Shan's going to die.
And that's going to be a rough spot just when it comes down to it, because now 0-2-0. When you look at a ROM and you see 2-0-0, things are starting to get rough for you, especially when you're playing Chiron, who arguably is going to be a little bit stronger early on. Not necessarily in boxing, but at least in clear, he should be able to do a little bit better than we're seeing so far. And Shiz just, I mean, playing the way that you expect Shiz to play, pretty much similar to the last game, where he is just getting himself ahead. He's not making the rotations that we saw in the last game, but he's still getting the kills that he had been able to find. And at this point, that's what you want to do as a ROM. When he gets those snipes available, and they are up, when he gets them to the point where he's actually going to need them, I'm expecting either Gold Fury steals, kills maybe on the Trevorlow, who doesn't have too much mobility outside of that dash, taking down Facey Ray, taking down Ashu, whatever comes out of it, it's going to be big, and honestly just going to be the carry that Viral needs.
Yeah, and another point to make about this matchup specifically, Chiron is better than Rom early game. Chiron needs to get ahead early game. the Chiron currently is behind early game, and the Ram is accelerating fast, and that's really bad, but not as bad as Trevolo field golding the Night Terror ultimate, and now he's going to get dove on here by Raccoon Zero. Cats could be deployed soon, but it gets knocked up. Now the cats are actually going to be used, put in. 1 shot, 2 shot, 3 shot, Crushing Wave moves away, actually taxiing Trevolo away. The 3rd shot from Shiz misses entirely, and now Viral looking on the counter-attack.
Really big heads-up play coming out from Facey Ray, at least to get his teammate out of there. Now we're going to get at the root. The stun going to be good. Bastet jumping in, looking for the damage. Noctis Poi leading the way, getting the root again and getting some damage, but ultimately going to make it. Actually, the bleed from Raccoon Zero going to be enough to find Facey Ray. We're going to see some horse shots coming through the wall, although not enough to find a kill here. Just trying to get some damage down and cause the team to retreat. But now, again, replicating last game, leading 3-0 right now is Viral.
Now, Viral are in great position to grab the Gold Fury. They're going to most likely grab this with little to no contestation. Get on my level, the player. May try and go for something, but it's super risky. Don't even try it. Although, he may want to instead get a conciliation prize for Rampage and start hopping his way on over. 6 minutes and 30 in. May not be the greatest time, though, to challenge a Sol with his teammates somewhat nearby. But with the rest of Get on my level rotating back round, he instead is going to have to hold the L himself, and Rampage moves back into the tower.
Of all the health bars around that Gold Fury after it was taken, the one person that I would have said to not follow would have been Rampage. Rampage was just too high health, had enough mana, and as a soul, you're not going to lock him down when you're a Bologna. You're just not going to be able to get it fast enough. And with the way that things have been going, even if Good on my level had been able to hit like the perfect combo of abilities, it wasn't going to be enough to find the kill. Whereas we look at Raccoon Zero, we look maybe at Noctis or Shiz, both of them, all of them, very, very low, and within a range where potential burst could have come out, but it didn't end up happening, as it looks like up into the sky goes Rom. Gonna get some snipes, but not enough to find the kill just yet. And now with a 4-man gank on his way, the Ward's gonna be doing their job and alerting him. He's gonna be able to get out of there just fine.
Yeah, and now, of course, we are seeing a lot more wards in this game than we saw in the last set earlier on. And the wards in this particular matchup as well are going to be incredibly crucial for Viral's jungler. Raccoon Zero can use them to dictate his pathing. You can see here on the right side, he might want to look to try and go on to Get on my level, but instead he's going to take the speed, understanding that maybe he can go up north to help in this 2-on-2 fight that's about to break out potentially. Fights in 2 areas of the map. Who's going to come out on top, though?
As it stands right now, it's looking like mid lane's going to be coming out as not as Get on my level, going to be running away, losing his blue buff, looking to get aggressive, continuing. And with no backup from his team, the cats are dropped. He's going to ult in place, get the stun down, trying to get away. And now here comes Facey Ray looking to find anything. The damage is going to be enough to make the rest of the team run away. Raccoon Zero knocked into the sky, but ultimately looking like he should get away as the Bastet. The ult going to be used, though, crush him down. But now Facey Ray, you used a lot, but you're not going to be able to make it out of this one. There are 4 members left.
Yep, and now, Get on my level, all on his own. Do bear in mind that there is a great bit of clear available for Viral. Not only will not the Soul be able to do good work, but the Jingu Bang from Sun Wukong will do bonus damage to the minions to help out here in the wave clear. But in comes the rest of Get my level. Intoxicate used to give Noctis Poi a little bit of drink and a little bit of food for thought. The Night Terror, though, hits Noctis Poi. He won't be able to heal it because he already uses heal to actually keep the enemy away from his team. So Viral support may die. No, of course, he's a Terror. He's pretty darn tanky, and he's building Silver Talisman, so he has enough magical protection and health to keep himself alive from the Night Terror.
Even still, you could tell just a little clinch, like a little scared about that one, getting very, very low health. But like you said, ultimately making it out no problem. And honestly, that's in my books and in my experience, that's a confidence booster. When you get away with that much health, you're just like, not even close. Let's keep going. Let's keep fighting. Let's continue this aggression. And honestly, with the way that Viral's been playing last game and this game, aggression's the way they want to go. They are not really worried about retaliation from Get on my level. Even with that last kill kind of being picked up from Facey Ray, okay, a Hobwall was able to kill a Bastet. It's exactly like what we used to see way, way back in the day. But that's not a big deal to Viral. It's like, okay, you killed the probably easiest one of us to kill. Good for you, Get on my level. We're going to continue attacking you.
Yeah, and that kind of confidence, I mean, it is decently well earned. Viral are in a good lead now, 3,000 experience, almost just shy of 3,000 gold. But it's still 1-4, and the towers are still even outside of a very heavily wounded Tier 1 solo. So they don't want to keep themselves comfy for the time being, because that could be overtaken quite easily, maybe if they lose their jungler in the mid. But of course, it's a Bastet, pop the cats, you can run away for free.
And as it's standing, that's going to be able to get them to get some returning damage and actually force Facey Ray to ult just to get away from the fight. And that's going to be a big one. That is a ton of damage, and ultimately what can get kills for their jungler here for Get On My Level. That's going to be taking that complete ability away. That's going to put them at a handicap for the next fight.
Now, with this, maybe Viral wants to go for a full Portal Demon attempt or leash it and help out their team fighting the two members attacking Ridicule right now. No, they're instead going to dump the Sunstrike. That will secure the Portal Demon, and now Get On My Level has to run. They can't lose the mid. They'll lose the mid. They can't lose their solo laner in their support. The solo laner right now is at about half health and doesn't have too much mana to play with either. And with that, Get On My Level can only really take a camp and watch as now in the duo lane again, Bling Bling Shang gets soloed by Shiz.
Solo down, ward coverage, all in favor of Viral. Fire Giant Pit. There's no chance for Get On My Level to do this without them being notified. And with that Portal Demon available, they're just going to be able to drop right into the pit. But it doesn't look like they want to get that aggressive just yet. They don't think they're that far ahead. And again, this is going to be the heads-up play is, yes, we're ahead. Yes, we're winning. It's 11.5 minutes into the game. We have to remember that even though we have a lead, maybe now's not the right time to fight the Fire Giant.
Yeah, you don't want to go for something that big just yet. You need to be at least level 14, level 15. Realistically, with most compositions, apart from one or two edge cases, to where you could confidently go for a Fire Giant with no interruption coming too quickly. You know, Gold Fury can be taken quite easily, we see there. Gold Fury for the second time this game going to Viral with no contestation from Get On My Level. Get On My Level right now are just scrambling. They have to move backwards and forwards to get their farm. They haven't been able to sit in lane for too long anywhere because of pressure, and the one lane that has been fairly quiet, they've been getting soloed.
And the one thing that's really been, I guess, like, going rough for them at this point is just when it comes down to it, it's disheveled play. Get On My Level do not seem to be in the right place. You know what I mean? They just seem to be playing way more separated as individuals than they are as a team. It's almost as though, like, if you were watching this, they are playing not necessarily at the level of a ranked team, because they do have the teamwork there. They have a lot more than you would expect to see in just a pickup game. But when it comes down to it, they aren't playing at the same level Viral is playing, and Viral is able to eat that apart because they're not going to respond fast enough if we get aggressive here. They're not going to know what to do if we take out this person. They are playing this and picking apart the weak points of Get On My Level.
But I wouldn't necessarily discredit Get On My Level too much. They have had one or two moments of bright sparks, and throughout the league in general, they have been a very consistent team. I mean, early on, they didn't do too great this split, but then they really, changed it up. But now, things aren't going too well for them, just like their mid lane, unfortunately. Again, Travolo gonna die. That's gonna be 2 deaths to his total. No one right now for Get On My Level has gone positive. They're either even or behind. It seems Get On My Level can't really find that spark that they had throughout the season, or throughout the split.
And that's going to be pretty much the rough patch for them. And Viral, at this point, this is not the place to be trying to figure out what your team's trying to do and how to play against Viral. And the way it's going with Facey Ray 1 hit away, this is not the point for Get On My Level to be trying to figure this out. They should have been doing their homework. I don't know what's been going on. Or maybe Viral's just pulling out pocket picks that Get On My Level have not seen. I mean, pulling out the Bastet, pulling out... I mean, that's the only one that really kind of stands out on their side of the screen. But being able to play the ROM, getting these picks that they would want, a Terra, having the Wukong, having the Soul, everything kind of playing right into their lap.
Hello.
It doesn't seem like they're too worried about it.
Yeah, now Get On My Level, though, going to be trying to counter-initiate after Rack and Zero went over the wall to defend their teammates from Get On My Level. Night Terror going to be used by onto one Ridicule, but one Ridicule's mainly just trying to keep Travolo back from the fight to allow the rest of Viral to attack Get On My Level, the player, and drop him from Get On My Level, the team. The one Ridicule down to half HP, but it doesn't matter. He can still heal himself up via the Somersault Club that he has in possession, and also using the Gladiator Shield should it be required. With that in mind, Viral are going to be a bit cautious, though, in taking the tower, because if Get On My Level catch them inside of, say, a Sagittarius, that's going to be a lot of pain, and of course, Travolo is still hanging around. Up goes Rom, tries to kill Travolo, too far out of range. Facey Roy, though, take a good bit of damage. He's down to low HP, but no one from Viral can follow up because they're too far away or split pushing.
And this is going to be the big thing. Split pushing is going to be the big name right now. I actually expected to see Racco and Zero go in on that tower, but unfortunately he's going to fall back. He did have the cats and a full minion wave. Potentially could have taken that, but he's splitting the attention of Get On My Level, allowing his team to kind of rotate through, steal the jungle buffs away, and now they have taken 2 of the towers. The only two that have fallen in the game. And while they haven't really been able to find that, even though they've gotten all these kills, they're still accruing a small lead. Although when you read 9-1, it's not quite as much as you would expect them to have, but it's still going to be enough. It's about 8,800 gold, 11k experience, all in their favor. And that difference, I mean, there's 4-level difference really coming out of the duo lane. I think that's going to be a big chunk of that. But even when you look at it, 1 level over there in the solo lane, 2, 3 going in the jungle.
Shiz took a good bit of damage from the masterful shot. Sagittarius going to be Aegis out. Facey reused the water cannon. Water spout as well to follow up. Bling Bling Chan finally gets a kill on the board, but he did require assistance. But all this time here, Gore, all this time, Viral are now setting up for a Portal Demon take. Get on my level are 2 men down. They only have 3 people around to take it, and a lot of them are behind level curve outside of the solo laner.
And right now, it's going to be, again, another rough patch for them as they try to get in here. We're not going to see Viral actually go for it. They're still trying to bait out the fight here. But they have that potential, and that's the strength they have. They're zoning Get on my level just by walking at him. He is not able to do anything as this balloon, although he's going to be getting ready to go in. Going to be looking for it, not going to be able to make it in time. Both the jumps going to be coming over Eagles Rally. Not going to be on the mark, not going to be able to stun anybody. And now Get on my level just forced to run away as the team is looking to collapse on him and Ashu. One of them's not making it out of here, and unfortunately, Bacchus, you are just not fast enough to run away.
I mean, he's a fat dude. He doesn't run, he waddles. It's unfortunate. He's a bit too slow. But now, Facey Ray gonna have to try and surf his way out of the silence ring, but he's gonna be getting a... Nope, he's gonna actually go the wrong way. He didn't really have too many ways to go, so he's gonna end up dying to Racken Zero. And now Viral are just spreading like an infection, or I guess rather like a virus. All over Get on My Level's jungle. Get on My Level has been systematically picked apart this game to steal your line. And now with Get on My Level dropping as well, what can Get on My Level do? Is there anything they can do here, Gore? Can you see any way back against Viral, or do Viral have to throw?
They still have a lot of steal potential when it comes to some of these objectives, and they do still have a lot of good team fight. The problem is they're just not utilizing their team the way that they should be, and right now I'm looking at it, Ashu as well as the Chiron fighting as best they can, but they're not getting anything because they're both focused on separate targets. They're not trying to kill anyone, they're just trying to fight instead of focusing anything down. It just seems like the shot calling from Get on My Level is going to be the next step. They need their members to just follow through whatever the call is going to be, and when it comes down to it, it seems like they just are not all listening to the same person.
Yeah. Telling about a team's shot calling is kind of hard to do from our position, of course. We have to either really know the players well or understand their specific play style. As much as we can do, we can see how well they're positioning, right? But it's blatantly obvious at this point, between last game and this game, Get on My Level have been very uncoordinated in their fights. They've been all over the place. You can see Facey Ray here is off by his own, trying to farm up. And admittedly, he probably called out 2 people were running away from him to get their own farm, so he could kind of do it. But right now, Get on My Level need to get their heads together, figure out a plan, and execute well. But to give them a bit of credit, how many places can they go to actually get farm and execute a plan outside of killing enemy players on Viral?
Well, luckily for Facey Ray, he might be able to do that. Although diving the tower, he misses the...
No! Although, Get on My Level, able to actually avenge him, kills him off. Very unfortunate for Facey, choking on the engage there after a great juke from Rampage. Now, one Ridicule gonna charge it under the effects of Terra's blessing bestowed upon them by Noctis Poi. Intoxicate gonna be used by Ashu. Gonna try and keep Viral on the back foot or on their tippy toes, whichever way they actually end up tipping because of the wine. Racken Zero, though, comes on in, not even actually use the cats, ended up killing 1, kills 2, looking for a 3rd, maybe Shiz tries to hit the shots, hits another to Ashu, but Ashu is still heavily intoxicated, heavily inebriated, not heavily dead, though, so he can avoid the damage, but then Get on My Level is going to be heavily dead. Viral now, 4 kills to their name. Facey Ray's finally respawned, but there's not too much he can really do here. Crushing Wave isn't available, and even if he did have it, using it would be utter suicide.
And the Phoenix going to fall, and Viral going to be taking themselves to the next level as they continue to go forward. And right now, Get on My Level needs to get on Viral's level as they are falling behind slowly but surely, not fighting the way they need to. And really, like we had said, getting caught out, picked off, out of position. This is where it's make or break. This is where things are starting to get shaky. They are behind. There's about 14k gold. They have very, very little chance of winning a team fight outside of their base. They can do it at a Fire Giant pit, and that's pretty much it. They need to stop getting aggressive, stop fighting into Viral because that's what Viral wants. And let Viral make the mistakes. Let Viral come in, dive the tier 2, dive the Phoenix, dive the Titan, and try to turn it around there. But don't take it the way that they've been taking it, where it's, Facey Ray going in too deep, or Trevor Lowe getting caught out, or Bling Bling Shan getting caught out, and then the rest having to rush to their save and then not end up being able to save them, end up falling because they decided to rush over there one by one and just walk into the fight marching to their death.
Yeah, and the whole going in 2 by 2, hurrah, hurrah strategy works if you're ahead, but when you're behind, not so much. But Get On My Level could try and leverage, though, Gore, sort of pivoting a little bit, the classic Southeast Asian strategy of turtling and extending the game by 20 minutes. That happens so frequently in this league, especially in Split 2, it happens quite a fair bit. So maybe they can take advantage of that and frustrate Viral, or just extend long enough to where they can even up the golden XP differences and the heavy level differential as well. Just look at the numbers, and now you see Facery trying to maybe distract Viral away from his team, but they don't care. They'll kill him so fast they can immediately charge back down and go after the rest to Get On My Level. It's an absolute massacre right now, really.
Yeah, Ashu looking to get taken down, and while Chiron was able to split push, he got a tower. Great for him. There's only 2 members left. Titan's exposed. They're going to aggress into it. Viral need this to win, and it will move them on to the finals. Get On My Level and needed a win here to not get knocked out, and the Titan sitting at about half health right now. Ridiculed taking some damage, going to get ticked down. The Titan's not dead yet, so it's still available for Get On My Level, but it's looking rough as Shiz going to be able to pick up a kill. The rest of them coming in. Shiz going to get taken down. Noctis looking to fall down if he takes one more hit, and the team's going to have to retreat. That one was a close call for both teams. We almost see the Order Titan fall. We almost see a wipe come out from Viral, which could have been exactly what Get On My Level needed to find their way right back in here.
This game's maybe a bit weird feeling, Gore. I'm kind of feeling a bit empty right now. And the reason why is, well, I'm happy that Viral's on the comeback that they're making right now in the split. They are performing excellently this game. They're on the precipice of 2-0ing Get On My Level. But Get On My Level usually do so much better than this throughout the split. But now, on the critical point to make tomorrow's and the finals of playoffs, this is happening. Getting completely and utterly stomped. This is so uncharacteristic for Get On My Level.
And like you said, it just feels bad to watch them, because when you look at it, they're not bad players. And honestly, even in this game, if you wanted to say, okay, well, maybe it's because they don't have Maker White, it's like, yeah, that's going to contribute a little bit to it. I mean, looking at the ROM, he's going to be 6-2-6, whereas on the other side, we have Bling Bling Shan 1-5-1. Definitely not going to be in a good position for it. Definitely not feeling comfortable. But the last game we saw with Maker White wasn't too much different. He just didn't have as many deaths.
Oh god, I just realized something, Gore. Viral recently had a bad time and are having a good time now. Get On My Level had a good time and now having a bad time. Viral are talent vampires. They suck the gameplay out of the other team. That's what's happening right now. It's confirmed. Because Viral, this is a complete turnaround for them recently. This is, but at the same time, Get On My Level doing this bad. Like, I'm hammering on this because it's so crucial. Get On My Level is a cracking quality team. There's a reason they are second seeded going into this. Now playing like this, is this dramatic?
And some of the question you might have is maybe Viral's just doing a lot better, or maybe they are pulling a Space Jam. Maybe they are talent suckers and they're able to kind of get that out, and they're finally like just performing so much better. But when it comes down to it, they've just been playing SMITE intrinsically better. Like, the way that they have been playing today has just been not like head over heels better. It's not been, oh man, they're so far ahead that everything, but yeah, they're on fire. They're living up to their name. They're going on and just infecting Get On My Level, treating them like a virus. They're just keeping them down, cutting off parts of it to try and keep themselves alive. But Facey Ray's not able to do anything about it. It doesn't look like Bling Bling Shan is going to be able to do much about it, as he's getting aggressed on right now. Portal Demon falls. Gold Fury looking like it might be aggressed on. I can't tell what they're trying to do over here on the left-hand side of the map. But the way things are going, Fire Giant's available, Gold Fury's available, Viral has the lead, and they can continue their aggression. And I think right now Ridiculed is just trying to 1v1 Bling Bling Shan to get the solo kill.
Yeah, at this point, we don't even have to commentate on half of these solo kills because they're just happening so frequently. It's gone from like, oh, cool, a solo kill, ha 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 ha, very funny, to, oh, this doesn't feel nice to talk about anymore. And Viral now, all credit to them, aren't going immediately Rambo. They had a good run on the base, they smelt victory, they got pushed back from Get On My Level, but they understand, hey, let's not go in immediately, try and force a fight. Get On My Level are getting aggressive. They are leaving themselves out on their own, as we're seeing here. Now they're only really starting to group up now for the fight. Let's take them out, farm them, and then push in securely. You know, see, Viral, 0 contention on that fire giant there. By Get On My Level, there was no way they could really push in. They're going to try and push in now, but this fight potentially could be extremely bad for them.
Facey going in too deep, going to get taken down easily. Get On My Level actually going to be able to pick up Rampage there. Shiz looking to get low, looking for one hit. Racco and Zero can be able to save his ADC's life. Now the aggression has turned its way. They lose their mid, but they pick up 2 for it. Looking to make it 3 as Ashu taking so much damage. Astral Arrow through the wall, finds the kill. Phoenix is respawned in the mid lane, but it's going to be a little bit easier to kill, especially with another Fire Giant buff here. And now Trevor Lowe and Bling Bling Shan, they got to be on the run.
Get On My Level are in a very bad position. Viral on the precipice of getting themselves secured access to tomorrow's finals. Will Get On My Level nab themselves some kind of clutch victory and take this to a game 3? Maybe. They are starting to level up slowly but surely. It's going to take a long time, but we have seen 15-minute turtles at base before. This is something that happens frequently in Southeast Asia. So there is absolutely still a light at the end of the tunnel for Get On My Level. They just need to turtle up, farm up every wave that comes their way, pick off Viral when they try and get too greedy and mess up their offense, and wait. They need patience right now more than anything.
And now it looks like we're actually seeing Viral just kind of do what we tend to see other teams do, where they're zoning and, you know, proxying the wave, but at level 26, or minute 26 here, as they're getting aggressive, they really just wanted to do that to make sure the wave was gone, clear it up, use the decoy to come in and start taking it, and now take that tier 2 tower. All towers down, and Get On My Level are falling back now. Only 2 Phoenixes left. They have a lot of potential. There's actually a lot open on the map for them to grab. A lot of these towers are very low, and as we can see, Bling Bling Shan is in that right-hand lane taking one right now. But they lose a Gold Fury. They lost the last Fire Giant. They lost the last fight. And the base is exposed. They have fire minions on the side of Viral. This is going to be a slow ticking time bomb, but Get On My Level, again, it's just like having an infection. They need to cut off the part that doesn't work. They need to find their way into Viral, which is very difficult, and find the kills.
I feel like
unfortunately, Facey Ray keeps getting too far ahead.
I feel like we're using the whole sick metaphor too many times.
Probably.
Yeah. It's getting
it works so well.
True, it works so well, but it's getting a bit meh, kind of like how this game's kind of feeling to me. Like, Viral now are just, they're trying to shore up their defenses, shore up their items as well. Look at the items. They're going for a couple of high-ticket ones. A Height of the Urchin now built by Get On My Level, the player, not the team. And with a Chronos Pendant plus Spear of Desolation, what I imagine, what is confirmed to be an Obsidian Shard, going to be coming from Trevor to try and help out. But even then, look at Viral's items. They've got max stacks on Urchins. They've got Obsidian Shards, Shoguns, Kasaris, Brawlers, Evolved Rages, Evolved Shaman's Rings, Tahooties, and they're going to take those items and try and ram them into the heart of Get On My Level. Shiz gets the first kill, picking off Facey Ray from the back line. Get On My Level, the player, going to try and help out his carry where he can, jumps over the top, but the Jingu Bang smashes him down to hell. You sit down, son. Ashu now, half HP, has to move backwards. First Phoenix of this fight is going to drop here very shortly. We're going to be able to grab it, but Trevorlow's not here. He's absent. He's trying to split push where he can, but he needs to be with his team ready to help out. Viral won't give 2 rats backsides about the tower. They're about to win the game.
Continuing the aggression onto the Titan, looking like it's going to fall now. Half health, and like we had said, this is the only win they need. Noctis Boy, though, going to take a spill there as the rest of the team looking for the last little bit of damage. That's going to be the Titan kill. That's going to be them moving forward. Like we have said a couple times today, this was only the semifinals, so Get On My Level going to get knocked down. But Viral, they get to advance and they get to fight for the top spot.
Now, of course, for those of you just joining us, we would like to iterate a little bit on what the brackets are for tomorrow. So, Bigatron Esports, of course, they won their set against Loyal 2-1. We'll be facing up against Team Viral, who won their set in a dominant 2-0. To determine who actually ends up going all the way. That will be a best of 5. But we will also be bringing you the 3rd place match, the match between Loyal and Get On My Level. And I imagine that match is going to be a real doozy. I'm actually even more excited necessarily. I mean, of course, I am going to be excited for the finals. It's the bloody finals. But this third place match, Loyal and Get On My Level, both didn't have great performances here, Gore. So they might have a chip on their shoulder going into tomorrow and something to prove.
The question I have, though, is when it comes down to, I mean, Loyal was coming into this as the bottom. Loyal was coming into this as the team that shouldn't really have had much of a chance, but they were able to take down Bigatron Esports. They were able to get a single win there. And when it comes down to it, Get On My Level being a higher place than them, it didn't help against Viral. But if they play the way they did today, Loyal might have a really good chance at keeping that game more than competitive. They might actually be able to maybe repeat Viral's footsteps, although maybe not quite to that extent. But this is the wake-up call. They have a day to do it. Get On My Level needs to get ready for this match. And honestly, I'd love to see them play differently tomorrow than they did today. Just bring it a little bit together, be more of a cohesive unit.
You were talking about the tomorrow. Let's talk a little bit about the future, of course. So Split 3 of the Southeast Asia Invitational League is going to be coming up soon. Of course, 5 grand in prizing, 50,000 in gems, open signups for relegations. But that third line I want to mention again, Asia at SWC. You see how that says just Asia, not Southeast Asia, and the crest doesn't say Southeast Asia anymore? All of Asia is now allowed in. That means it's not just going to be Indonesia, Malaysia, Taiwan, and India, that kind of thing. All of China is now allowed in. Of course, we do have a Chinese heritage squad, but I believe they're playing out of Malaysia, so they're technically allowed. Oh, sorry, they're playing out of Hong Kong, excuse me, I've just been corrected, countries are hard. So they're allowed to play, but all of China is now allowed to be brought in. And of course, China does have a pretty decently large scene in terms of players, so we could have a lot of new blood coming in via the open qualifiers, which of course you can sign up for at esportsanchor.com/split3.
Not only that, but you can always keep up to date. Of course, I'm going to plug the Twitter here, always go forward and look for that. But the other thing is going to just kind of harp on what you had said. That's going to open it up not only to new players that we might see out of China, but old players that we used to see out of China. I mean, there are teams that made it to Worlds. There are players that we haven't seen in a while. Some of them did switch over. They have been kind of seen in the Paladin scene, which is another one that's great to watch, but they still will have that itch. There's always a MOBA itch. It's one of those games you just can't quit.
Some of those teams you literally can spam in chat right now if you sub to Hi-Rez back in 2014 on the Twitch channel. You know, Error 404, Doge is Doge, oh my god. Some of the players actually on OMG are ex-players from that time. So, very much looking forward to the future. Extremely excited for tomorrow, Gore, but we've been at this for a while now. I want to bugger off. I imagine the people want to bugger off. So, Gore, any final words before we go?
I mean, just shout outs to everyone coming out and watching day 1 of the playoffs. Make sure you tune in tomorrow for the 3rd place match and then the finals. It's looking like it's going to be really competitive, especially since we got to see Viral come out on top. Looking to maybe make a run back from 3rd to 1st, but Bigatron stands in their way, and I think that one's going to be probably the match of the day.
Thank you very much, Gore, for being my partner in crime for today. Everyone, please hit an F and raise a candle for Lord WizKid. His entire setup basically broke. Gore actually ended up breaking up early on, but we managed to recover things. Huge shout out to our production and administration team behind the scenes. Extreme, Anovi, Goat, Merle, all of those guys helping us keep this together and keep things rolling. Of course, we did have a lot of issues today, but we sincerely appreciate your patronage and your patience. Thank you all for watching. We'll see you all tomorrow for the finals of Split 2 of the Southeast Asian Invitational League. Thank you all for watching. Bye-bye.